Shedeur Sanders takes a knee, and that will do it. 13-6. The Browns beat the Steelers. I don't care about the draft. I care about beating the Steelers. And it always feels good to beat the Steelers.
I know this group too well. I know how important this game is to them, how important it is to me. We only know one way.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back! That's right, everybody. How you doing? It is a Browns Victory Monday. That opened courtesy of University Hospital Browns Radio Network and Jake Murray not on the board. Yes! We've got Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. We've got Meredith Kane on the 2020s. Suck it, Pittsburgh. Get the hell out of my town. Woo!
Just tossed them out.
Just tossed them on their ass, like Mike Tomlin will be in 1 week's time.
They might have left yesterday on the bus. I think they're long gone.
But because I said get out.
Yeah, now they're gone.
I said
now they're gone.
Yesterday when they won that game, I gave him the old bleep off and the Ari from Entourage. No. I did not treat women poorly. I just said, get the bleep out. That's what that was the Ari part of this.
All right.
How you doing?
I'm good. It's always fun the first day back after a few days off, and obviously after a win, we don't get enough of them.
Yeah, I'm so glad that we all took the day today to celebrate something we don't often get, which is a win over Pittsburgh. I'm glad we didn't spend the day bitching about how good Shedeur was or wasn't.
Yeah, no, we did. No, we did that.
Crying about draft positioning. I'm so glad.
Definitely did that.
I'm so glad that we could just said, God bless the Browns. Those boys played hard yesterday. They got a dub in the division, something we're not used to them doing, winning at the end of the year when they are mathematically eliminated from playoffs and relevance. No. I'm glad we all bound together as one in unity and said, bleep you, Pittsburgh. Papa's got a brand new win. I tried.
Okay, so I'm glad. I could tell that you're happy. I'm very happy
Thank
for
you. You're happy that I'm happy. This is the happiness train, folks.
That's all it is. That's all I got. I got my happiness based off of your happiness, and so I'm happy that you're happy. But the reality is that, sadly, we did have a lot of those discussions. And we did have a lot of people that felt like yesterday was a disaster because you didn't finish the job. You had a 3-win season, and you didn't stick with the plan, essentially.
All right, so I'm so glad you said this because I'm going to tell you when to start the timer. We're gonna start today's show with a choose your own adventure as I bequeath 4 strong takes from yesterday's win over Pittsburgh.
All right, 4 any direction.
And any direction. You get to choose, and the fans out there, you guys get to choose. We do have a poll up on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat.
All-Star game, we get a fan vote in this? How are we going to tally these numbers?
Theorems. Quantitative data. I don't know what you want from me.
Does my vote get over? Does it get superseded by a super chat?
We'll never know. But we might know.
Well, we have to know. We have to find out. It's the only way.
It's like Shedeur. It's beauty's in the eye of the beholder. We'll find out.
All right, we'll just say collectively at the end of it, what I choose is also what everyone else chose.
Or they'll vote, and then I'll ignore one of you.
We're not even running a poll.
We'll see. Okay. We actually are running a poll.
With all 4 options you're about to name off?
No, not on this. It's a different poll.
Right,
it's
we're not running a poll then.
But we are running a poll. It's just not this poll.
All right, what poll
it's
are we
not a
running?
Choose Your Own Adventure poll.
What poll are we running right now?
The poll we're running right now on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel is this.
Drop those corn emojis. Don't think I forgot. Drop those corn emojis.
You get some corn, and you get some corn.
Hell yeah.
All that being said, this is a truth trust with a nest, right? With the tree in the nest and all that.
What? Yeah, all right.
Heading into the fourth quarter, what were you rooting for? A Browns win or draft positioning? Be honest here. This is an honest show. All right? We do not front on this show. We ain't fronting now. All right, you ready to start the clock? This is your Choose Your Own Adventure. I'm popping off 4 takes here.
All right.
Because I'm ready. I'm raring to go.
All right,
we haven't started yet.
Well,
all right,
okay,
do you want to start with like the top of a minute?
Is the whole segment just going to be us talking about us potentially starting?
It could be. If you want it to be, it could be. Number 1, Shedeur is your starter in 2026. Suck it, Pittsburgh. 2, Kevin Stefanski might have saved his job yesterday. 3, crying over beating a division rival playing for the AFC North crown is the epitome of loser mentality. And 4, the Steelers chose stopping Myles Garrett over winning the game. Bang, biscuit, 20 seconds, in and out.
All right, I want number 3. Because 3 seems what you're the most passionate about. I'm going to be a good teammate here. I'm gonna give it to you on a silver platter. You seem fired up about 3. You seem fired up about the idea that there are fans out there that think yesterday went poorly when in fact they did get a win against the Steelers.
Yeah, it's crazy talk to me. And I've heard things like meaningless game thrown out there. It wasn't meaningless for the people that paid their money to go see that game. It wasn't meaningless for that team. And if it saves Kevin Stefanski's job or solidifies Shedeur as a starter, in no way can it be a meaningless win.
I'm going to let the record show, by the way, that I picked out exactly what those 4 topics were going to be in the pre-show, and we had them all 4 for 4.
Yep. You did.
Yeah. But with no surprise takes.
We're not going to reinvent the wheel in a Week 17 win over the Pittsburgh. I'm not going to start being like, hey, I know you want to talk about draft positioning, but Bojorquez, right?
Well, that's what I thought you were doing. I mean, where's the curveball? I thought the curveball was going to happen.
Most valuable punter. You doubted me. You doubted I could get those 4 takes off in 30 seconds.
Where's the Bojorquez take?
Yeah.
And that's exactly what I said. I said, where's the surprise? Is it going to be something like that? Yes, I did doubt it, but that's why you were in the hurry-up offense, so I appreciate that. All right, so yesterday it felt like you were, you were livid, it seemed like, online, and everyone, that it almost kind of... It kind of took away the win, the fact that it felt like you had to go up against all these people. I saw you ran a poll yesterday, and the poll did not go in your favor as far as what you wanted.
Oh, no. That was very similar to our fourth quarter poll, wasn't it, heading into the fourth quarter? 7 minutes to go, are you rooting for Miles' sack record or a win?
And Miles' sack record was taking it by, I checked at least, taking it like with a bullet.
That's fine. People can have their opinions. People can be wrong.
So where's the disconnect here? Where is the disconnect? Well, I always want to find this out when it feels like there's a take that's happening and you're in the minority in this take, but you feel so strongly and you feel so passionately about that. Where's the disconnect, do you feel like, between yourself and what now the majority is feeling?
Sports Twitter ruined being a fan. That's what it is. It's a bunch of people wanting to prove how smart they are and not... Maybe enjoying fandom. It is I was right radio, but in tweet form. It's the only thing I can think of. And listen, in fairness, this is 100% because this is a beaten down town. This is what 26 years of losing do, where you sell yourself on hope. And hope is the greatest drug in this town when it comes to next year. Because we've already moved on from this year. Nothing that can happen this year is any good, right? People have written off Shedeur. Improperly, by the way. They've written off Stefanski. We'll see. They've written off any meaning to this year. And so the next thing, you got to huff something, right? You got to live on hope if you don't think your team's very good and you don't believe in the direction of this. So you're not sure Shedeur's the guy. Maybe you've already written him off. You think Stefanski's a jamoke and he hasn't been fired yet. You don't like Andrew Berry. So what can you do? Huff those member berries, right? Get into it. Sniff it. Real good, that idea of Fernando Mendoza or Dante Moore is going to save your ass, regardless of the actual fact of the matter, that yes, a lot of the franchise quarterbacks in the NFL are found in the first round. Getting the number 1 pick does not guarantee a damn thing.
Well, and as we saw last year, it doesn't even guarantee in getting the number 2 pick that you're going to even take the pick.
Yes.
Like, that's the part that I find so interesting. It's like, were we betting on the idea that they would take the quarterback, or are we then going to bet on the idea that they would just do the same trade down that we just saw last year?
I mean, I think they would take a quarterback if they got a top 2 pick.
I don't know. I would hope they would, but I don't know that they would.
But I don't know why 4 months from now supersedes right now. And this year is different. This year is different. You are playing for something. This goes back to the meaningless win thing that I think is disingenuous, and I think is, honestly, it's a lazy narrative. I think if you thought yesterday was a meaningless win, you don't realize there's a head coach coaching for his job. Whether you or I think he should be, or whether you or I think he should have already been fired, as I've fired him 10 times.
If Stefanski does get fired, then that part of the equation doesn't really matter.
Well, no, but we'll see. That is a we'll see. But Stefanski's coaching for his job, and quite frankly, we have not had a young quarterback, again, not a first-rounder, but a young quarterback playing for the future and playing to prove that he is a part of the future this late in the season, and it actually is a real conversation after 6 games or going into the 6th game. We've not had this scenario almost in the entirety. Like when we've played Luke McCown in Week 17, that dude his ass was grass. He wasn't going to do it. Like Spurgeon Wynn, Week 18, he was never going to do it. This is such a anomalous situation that people just want to fall back on generalities. And guys, I really want to fall back on this. It can't be a meaningless win. It can't be when Shedeur's playing for the future, when Stefanski's playing for his job, when Andrew Berry might be I don't know, twiddling his fingers and praying that somebody does something really good that makes his draft class look better. Like, they are building to something because Shedeur could be the starter next year. It's not meaningless. And to beat Pittsburgh, I'm not giving up on this. I've not given up on this rivalry. I've not given up what it means because I'll tell you, when you play spoiler and you got nothing to win other than playing spoiler, that's not great. When you have things, tangible things to glean from a Week 17 game, when you've been eliminated from the playoffs for 5 damn weeks, and you play spoiler, that's basically whatever hope you're chasing with the number 1 or number 2 pick. It's real hope in the minute. It's real. It's something real to cling on to.
In a weird way, it almost felt like Bengals fans, I would imagine, yesterday taking on the Cardinals and just running up the score. It's like, you know what? Yeah, that cost us draft position, but it was good to see Joe Burrow be able to light it up that way. And like the idea that Burrow and Chase could be back in sync and getting everything moving, like that matters, and that matters for next year. And so there's a lot of this that matters for next year. I do find the whole convo fascinating. I find it fascinating also because for the longest time in life, I was very staunchly, just get the highest pick you possibly can. You've shifted me on that in some degree. I still believe that to be true if you think there's an Andrew Luck in the draft.
Agree.
But I don't think there is one right now.
I think Mendoza will be fine. I think Moore scares the crap out of me, but also tantalizes me. I think Mendoza's maybe Jared Goff. I'm not tanking for Jared Goff. If he falls to me, fine.
But I do wonder if some Browns fans look at it and say, all right, if you were going to be the number 2 pick and now you're the number 6 pick, if you, let's say, all of a sudden in this process, love Dante Moore, he is your everything, and you just, whoa, eyes wide open, well, it might cost you 2 first-round picks to go from 6 to 2. And was this win this last week, was that worth 2 first-round picks in your eyes?
No, because I wouldn't trade up, even if I love him. At some point, you can take, I don't want to say the long road, because I don't think they're that far away. I think their tackles are incredibly historically bad. I think they clearly need a real number 1 receiver that won't turn in-road instead of turning out to the sidelines to get a first down when you need it.
No, but it feels like you think that this is a 2 or 3 year process, which I don't disagree, by the way. I think a lot of fans are looking out there, and this is why they're upset. They're looking at it as they want to win instantly. They want to start this thing as instant and as fast as you possibly can. And so you try to get to 2 to take your quarterback, and you get this thing going, and that would delay that process. It basically.
They could be good next year, guys. They could. If you draft well again, if you have the same output that this year did, and you stick with Shedeur, and Shedeur continues to develop, which it is undeniable that he is developing.
And he's going to continue to develop, yeah.
So if you do this, you can be competitive next year. Is that a 7-win team? I don't know. Neither do the Browns. Is that a 10-win team? I don't know. Neither do the Browns. But this idea that the only way that you fix anything is if you just suck into getting a number 1 or number 2 pick, it's more often than not, guys, we've lost on purpose so much. We literally lost for 3 straight years on purpose. You got a playoff win out of it. The 2 greatest symbols of tanking in the NFL the last decade are Miami and Cleveland, who ended up with Baker Mayfield, who didn't get a second contract here, and it's still a debate, is he a top 5, top 10, top 15 quarterback, and Tua Tagovailoa, who got benched after 6 years, 7 years, and 1 good year, and he got benched for Quinn Ewers. Without a mullet, Quinn Ewers. Like, what are we doing? Like, stop acting. And I get it. Yes, the higher pick you have, the more options you have. Right. I do understand the science. Mm-hmm. Be a fan. Right? Let's all get back to, instead of this crap cynicism in social media that is ruining every facet of life, you post a picture of your dog, and somebody's got a comment on whether that's a purebred dog or whether you did it the right way and went to a local humane shelter. You post a thought on happiness, and somebody finds a way to crap on it. For the love of God, stop letting social media dictate the way you think. Stop changing.
I don't think this is social media. I think this is just a football way of processing and going through your thoughts.
But how did it become? Do you think it's in any ways a coincidence that this prevalence in suck on purpose has happened in the greatest propaganda machine we've ever had in our times on any level of news, sports, or whatever? Well, I mean, which is social media and Twitter.
Like 30 years ago, people didn't want to go ahead and suck to have the number 1 overall pick. Like this has always been a part of sports.
I don't think it's to the level it is now.
It might get magnified because we're doing more sports discussions on a day in, day out basis than has ever existed before. So maybe that's why it exists. But like, I think it's the instant gratification part of society. Maybe that part we can lean into. The idea that what is the quickest way to fix your franchise? Take Joe Burrow and want Cincinnati to be in the Super Bowl 2 years later after sucking for 1,000,000 years. I think that is a part of it, and I think people latch on to that. I also think there's a part of this Browns fan base that thinks that since 1999, taking only 2 quarterbacks in the top 5 isn't nearly enough. So I think there's enough people out there saying, hey, we've taken cracks at it, but a lot of the times, unless it's Tim Couch or Baker Mayfield, it's been cracks in the 20s. It's been cracks in 25 and 19 and 17. And if you have a number 2 overall pick, you're going to have likely the second best quarterback off the board. They want that. And so I don't think it's a bad thing.
But that's a fine Wednesday take. When you're in the game, root for a win. Especially, like, again, if this wasn't beating Tennessee or losing to Tennessee, which in the end I ended up being pretty ambivalent about.
By the way, I think that did prevail. It prevailed for myself, but again, this is that part of where we also stay on instant gratification. It's like, does that really help you out 5 months from now? For yourself, it might. But there's a whole stockload of people out there that think to themselves, that was like ice cream is all that was. That felt good in the moment. That did nothing for me from a dietary standpoint or feeding me standpoint. That felt good in the moment.
Don't make me fight you on ice cream too, because I'll do that as well. No, like, here's the thing, guys. Again, if yesterday was part of Shedeur becoming a long-term play at quarterback, where you have stability at quarterback in lieu of being able to take a number 1 or 2 pick this year on the quarterback position, that is some semblance of a win. That's not empty calories. If Kevin Stefanski, and again, you and I think we're on the same side when it comes to Kevin.
I don't think yesterday did anything for Stefanski.
I don't know. And I think it might have. And we can get into that in the next segment. But if the Browns' intention was, we need to see something to keep Kevin because that's what they think is best, and that affords you stability, then that has real repercussions, even if you and I think Stefanski is a bit of a magoo as a head coach.
Wouldn't this get people more angry? Like, if you told me the end result of yesterday's win is Stefanski stays for next year, I would have been rooting harder for a loss yesterday.
Yeah, but the point is...
I would have been screaming at the top of my lungs.
This is
Aaron
the difference.
Rodgers, stop throwing towards Denzel Ward, you idiot!
But this is different. This is different between you and me thinking what's right for the Browns and what they want to do. Because I can't tell you if they keep Shedeur and Stefanski, it's not going to work out. I tend to think, give me Shedeur and a new head coach, but that's all up for discussion. But this idea of, well, it didn't mean it. No, it meant a lot. It could have significant repercussions on the next 3 years of Browns football, and it's not a guarantee that that's going to be a negative. And I think leaning into the negative or leaning into, I'm like, I didn't have a single person text me yesterday like, man, I hope Rodgers throws a touchdown here. Because why would you? Why would you choose misery in the moment, especially when that team is still playing for things? 216-474-0092. And Nick Wilson says, at J. Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We've got Daryl Ryder coming up at 3:20. Quick hits at 3:40. Oh, crap. Now, Nathan Segura. I dropped my papers. Nathan Segura coming up at 5 o'clock today. We are celebrating a Browns Victory Monday against the Steelers. For the love of Pete. I don't want yelling at you. I'm very sorry. I'm very excited here. I'm very excited. Now, choose your own adventure. But heading into the fourth quarter, what were you rooting for? A win or draft position? Stock the phone lines, 216-474-0092. Let's fight about it. And Stefanski's job in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Brush it off. Done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
I do not blame the fans for thinking about the future and everything like that. But as players in this locker room, every time you go on the field, it's resume. This is a real sport. This is the NFL. Like, you got to put your best foot forward when you go out there, and you got to compete. And for this team, there's a lot of young guys. You look at Carson, you look at Mason, Shador, Dylan Sampson, Harold Fannin with that touchdown catch. Like, these guys are trying to build a culture for the future, and like go out there and be like, oh yeah, we're gonna lose our last couple games to get a better draft pick. Like, it would never cross a player's mind.
Joe Bitonio, Browns left guard, what could be his last home game as a Cleveland Brown yesterday after the win, saying, we don't give a bleep about draft position. I know the media has to ask the question. If a player ever said, man, we got to get that number one pick, I would drive them and escort them out of the region myself.
No, because especially if they're playing too good. Like, you saw this with the Raiders. The Raiders just shut Max Crosby down for the end of the season. Mm-hmm. That's Spytax saying, you're not going to screw this up for me.
Yeah.
You almost wrecked the game 2 weeks ago. I'm not going to let you try to wreck this. And so, like, they do little things like that. But if they let him play, then obviously you see they're not going to just wave the white flag on the game.
I just thought there were so many things that, like, in that moment, I get it in the bigger picture. 4-12 is not something to really get that excited about. I do understand they can just fall back on the record, and it's easy to say that. Can I just say, Rocket Sanders ran hard as hell, and that play where it looked like he was going to get stopped, and then he pushed on for extra yardage.
His angry run. Yeah.
I can't remember maybe it was Whippler, came up behind him and pushed him further. That got me jonesed up. Carson Schlesinger playing with one leg yesterday.
Uh-huh.
Like, that to me, like, that's what I want Browns football to be.
On another side of that, that was the most fired up I've ever seen Stefanski on the sideline.
Yeah.
I've never seen Stefanski act that way. I've been waiting for that for 6 years to see him look like he gave a damn on the sidelines and wasn't buried in his Waffle House menu. And he did constantly. They kept cutting over to him, and he seemed like he was mad, and he was angry, and he's fist pumping, and he's doing all these things. I'm like, where the hell was that emotion?
Yeah.
Why didn't you give me that for 6 years?
I'm not into vibes.
You remain not into vibes, but yesterday you had him. I was on my TV. I was like ready to run through a brick wall. I've never felt that way for Stefanski. Like, where was that the entire time, man?
I will just tell you, like, there were so many performances. I know people are going to argue about the Shador performance. We'll get into that today. I think it played almost flawless football until he didn't in the second half. There were a lot of things I liked in that game. I think just across the board, I thought Whippler had a nice game. Like, there were so many things. Denzel, with those last three plays.
What? I don't know what bird brain thought is that. Let's go to Denzel 3 straight times?
And you could tell his shoulder.
What an idiot.
You could tell him, I think it was on the second pass defense, he was kind of like moving his shoulder like he was hurting too. Like,
I loved his answers, by the way, after the game on that.
That did too.
Like, my God. I mean, how great is that? I love when great players understand that they're great players, and then also in the moment have the context to be like, I couldn't believe this was their process either. MVS versus Denzel Ward is, that's a grown man versus a toddler. That's not even fair.
By the way, Aaron Rodgers' friends and enemies continuing to screw him over in matters. It's like, maybe if you had better guys than MVS there, you'd be fine. But I do think, like, looking to this, I personally, yesterday didn't change it for me with Stefanski. But if the Browns are truly, if Haslam has remained an open mind this whole time, which is what anybody will say, and if Haslam is evaluating him on 2 things, are you winning more than 3 games, which we can get to, and how is Shador developing? Yesterday is a positive on both of those fronts.
Well, the positive going from are you winning more than 3 games to moving to 4 isn't really the exclamation point that I'm
the
sure
amount of people that took
is acting at. I mean, come on.
The amount of media members I have seen write, they said 3 wins isn't going to cut it. He got to 4 wins.
Yeah, all right. Because 3, and you're not wrong, but 3 is basically 4 guys. Like, at the end of this, we can't be like, you got to 4. Let's do this.
Now, if you get to 5.
That's insanity.
If you get to 5, you've almost double your wins
I don't know why I'm
at the end of the season.
talking this way now, but I am. It's ridiculous.
Motivational JP.
It's
all right, guys.
But it's half-heartedly. It's never a full, like, let's win one for the Gipper.
Realistic motivational coach. You could do that.
I had become convinced that Stefanski for weeks on end had basically, the call had been coming from inside the house. He was in cahoots with the front office to basically do out the mission. That's why he kept going for it on 4th and 1, 4th and 2 from his own 30, from his own 40. He kept doing these type of things, and I just kept becoming convinced that he was
like a 4th and 7.
He was, yes, because he was part of it almost. And yesterday he showed me that he wanted to win more than anybody in that building.
I've
never seen that from him.
I'm so furious that you and I didn't have this conversation on air, but I brought up, is Kevin Stefanski going to Lovie Smith this whole thing?
We did do that on air. You got that on air.
I don't even remember.
You got that on air. For sure
so I did have it on air.
Like 4 times.
I told you this was possible, I think.
Wait, this isn't a Stefanski spite store situation, the Larry David spite store, is it? Where he just wanted to win to stick it to us?
It'd be funny if it was.
I've never seen him with that type of emotion.
I would respect
like
Kevin.
The Lovie Smith spite store incident.
More.
That was Lovie basically sticking it to the Texans because they'd already made up their mind.
I got you tanking right here.
Yeah, he knew he was being canned. He knew that was the end of it, and he was just basically just trying to screw everyone as often as he possibly could. But like that, I mean, this. Whoa! If this was a Stefanski spite store problem,
I say keep him. That might be, honestly, you know me. I fired Kevin 3 times.
Brain calls for
3 times this year. I fired him last week.
None of that happened
yesterday was pure spite by Kevin. You are my head coach. You are a leader of men. I will march to the gates of Valhalla with you, Kevin Stefanski, if that's a troll job in the name of, I got your data right here. But listen, I think it is TBD on whether Kevin saved his job yesterday. But if we start looking at this, and I think the Cincinnati game is going to matter, even though that's going to continue to be painted by some, is another meaningless game. If the last 3 games were you damn near beat Buffalo, then you beat Pittsburgh to force them to play for Week 18, and then you beat Cincinnati with a healthy Joe Burrow coming off a pretty darn good game, that plus Shador's development, that's at least something to stand on. It wouldn't change. I don't think it's going to change how I feel about Kevin, because I'm grading Kevin off 6 years, not 3 games,
right.
not 17 games.
And I would hope they'd grade him off 6 years too. By the way,
but if Jimmy looks at those first 5 years and goes, I give you a pass for Deshaun, and I thought you did a good job otherwise, and you are great. This is the divining rod, right? Whether you keep Kevin. You can't say that game. If he's still got an open mind, you can't say that game and Shador's development wouldn't be a positive in the way Jimmy Haslam's thinking today.
No, it was a good game for Stefanski. It happened way too late. It happened at the part where I can't defend him even if I wanted to. And so if you let this game, and let's even throw the Bengals game in the mix as well, if you let that be the reason why you keep Stefanski, that's a sad reason.
I don't think so.
That's a sad, in my opinion, that's a sad reason.
Because you and I are going to be grading him off of something different.
Well, but that's a sad reason in my opinion. That's not good enough for me.
I think he would have done something that I haven't seen a Browns coach do, which is when you're on the gates of being fired, you're developing a quarterback in real time that has. I don't know. Listen, whether you want Shador next year or not, sidebar. Right now, he's developing a quarterback and making him better in real time and getting wins from it. If the last 3 games are highly competitive against Buffalo and you win this game and next, I at least get it. I don't think it's sad. I wouldn't do it. I cannot say strongly enough. I've already fired Kevin in my mind 4 times, 3 times, 12 times. Hell, I don't even know how many times.
No, it's too sad.
Every week.
It's too sad for me. That's a spineless move by them. Either at this point they should have already had their decision made up. I can see why they didn't make the call yet. But honestly, if you're letting the final 2 games of the season and even throw the Buffalo game in there, if you're letting that dictate your decision, you don't deserve to be making decisions.
I think a spineless move would be telling everybody you have an open mind and that Shador's development and how you play down the stretch matters, and then it doesn't.
Well, no, hold on. They never said that about Shador's development.
Well, no. Actually, Mary Kay's been on this station, said multiple times. Mary Kay
said that, but I didn't hear Haslam say it. I didn't hear Barry hasn't talked to anybody.
I mean, I'm gonna suggest that is informed ideology from Mary Kay. I don't think she just plucked that out of the ether.
What did she say? All right, what did she say?
She said that basically Stefanski's part of what they're going to evaluate Stefanski on is the development of Shador, and I think, listen, the numbers might not be where you guys want them to. There were multiple times where Shador climbed up in the pocket instead of bailing yesterday that were, I will say, borderline erotic experiences for me.
Because I want to get this right, though. Are you saying that Shador would potentially save Stefanski's job?
Yes.
The same thing that every Shador fan was fearful of for weeks on end?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I can't let that happen. You know that. I can't.
I think it might be happening.
No, it's not happening.
If it happened, I think the door's open. I'm not going to say it's happening, but I think the door's open.
Mary Kay as the reason for all this. Mary Kay has been reporting for weeks on end that Stefanski's safe the entire time, and these last 3 games would not be what dictates that because he's been safe in her eyes. Not in her eyes, from what she's been reporting for weeks on end. So, let
me also throw that into the hopper.
Yeah, what are we doing here?
It could be both.
Like Mary Kay has been saying for, 10 weeks, 12 weeks, that his job is not in jeopardy, that he's safe, that he's not being fired. So, the last 3 weeks aren't dictating that.
I just think for the supporters out there, you might want to wrap your head around the idea that Shedeur might be saving Stefanski's job.
They either decided it 10 weeks ago, and that's already what they're going through with, and it was always going to be that, but it's not because of what's happened over the previous 2 weeks and what could potentially happen this next week.
I think Shedeur's development should matter. And I know you don't want to do this, and I know most supporters don't want to do this. I'm willing to give Kevin some amount of credit for Shedeur's development, specifically in the pocket. I know his quarterback coach matters. I know that Tommy Reese and Bill Musgrave, I know they matter. Kevin's got hands-on with Shedeur, and I don't think that's just some Kevin Stefanski fluff. I think there's some truth to it because I think we're seeing the fruits of that on the field for Shedeur.
I think he didn't win nearly enough games, and I don't think he'll win against the Steelers. Something he's done, by the way, every year. He always wins at home against the Steelers.
Should kind of be a feather in his cap, by the way.
And we should, by the way, when we talk about Stefanski, how more than the 2-time Coach of the Year thing, I'd bring up the idea that he's 5-1 in his previous 6 at Huntington Bank against the Steelers. He wins at home.
The bank.
At the bank. He wins at home against AFC North teams. But in many ways, we just refuse to bring that one up for some reason.
Mike, Walter, can you guys stick there? 216-474-0092. Did Stefanski save his job yesterday? I do think it's TBD. I think the Bengals game matters. But if they were grading, can you be competitive to the final whistle? And have you developed Shedeur? I can understand if they look at this week, last week in Shedeur's play as evidence of that, and how much did Miles really impact that game? Depends on who you ask and who will actually cop to it. In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
or for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Listen, we got to do better than 3, okay? To put a number on it, I don't think we will ever do that. Everybody, coaches, players, personnel, ownership, all knows that 3 and 14 won't cut it. We've got to do better. I think we'll know what better looks like.
From the man himself, Jimbo Haslam, pew, 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 letting everybody know 3 wins won't cut it. Browns got their 4th win yesterday. I guess we're coaching search off. GM search off. We got Shador here. Let's ride.
What a pathetic display by Haslam if he comes out and is just like, yeah, I told you got to be better than 3 wins. They achieved that goal, did they not?
Southern folks, in my opinion, my experience, are incredibly literal. Right? There's not a lot of irony. There's some sarcasm, but not a lot of sarcasm. That's much more of a Yankee thing, if you ask me. If he says, well, guys, candidly, I told you, 3 wins wasn't going to cut it. We got to 4 or 5 wins. Bingo, bango.
You know how the Cavs would position this, right? Linear growth. Their big term for 4 years. Every time they got progressively better with wins and losses, well, we showed some linear growth, and we got better, and you guys can't prove that otherwise. Okay, all right. I would love if Haslam came out and just talked about linear growth for 5 hours.
You've heard Jimmy talk for 12 years now. You think he's going to say the words linear growth?
Maybe the Bucks got in his head. I don't know. Maybe
That's
he's a basketball
blue-collar man.
Maybe he's a basketball guy now, though. Maybe the NBA world has seeped into him, and all he wants to talk about now is linear growth.
That's a blue-collar billionaire right there, if you ask me.
Is that what that is?
216-474-0092. Did Stefanski save his job yesterday? And we are going to start every person that we talk to today, where it's going to be the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat poll that we have up there. By the way, right now, 90% of people saying that heading into the 4th quarter, they were rooting for a Browns win. 10% saying draft position. If you put this on Twitter, it might be the inverse of those results. Fair?
Yeah, I mean, Twitter was really upset. Twitter was really mad about everything that was going down. It's hard in the moment to be mad about it because you just want to, you constantly want to punch Aaron Rodgers in the face, and to have him feel like he's just having a bad day is always enjoyable.
Has that guy ever made a mistake on his own volition?
Oh, he yells at everybody.
Every time he's just like, why didn't you score a 70-yard touchdown with 30 yards to go?
I did love him quieting down Tomlin on the sideline, though, right before the half as he was trying to run like his version of an up-tempo 2-minute offense. And you could tell Tomlin wanted to sub people in, and he's like, no, shut up, quiet down, I got this, let me do it. And then Tomlin, obviously, it just kind of just settled back in the corner.
Although it did allow me to put out the Twitter poll yesterday. What's a more
you got a limit on those polls on Twitter? Or what?
Everybody gets a poll from me on Twitter.
How many did you run yesterday?
What is more irrational move by Aaron Rodgers? Fearing Myles Garrett so much you fumble the division, or creating an imaginary wife? 50% of people saying fearing Myles Garrett.
I would love if they, at one point in Week 18, Ravens Steelers go up to one of those suites, and it's just an empty suite, and now we're looking at Aaron Rodgers' wife.
It's Aaron Rodgers' wife and John Cena
sitting next to all of his.
You can't see either
next
of them.
to all of his family and just enjoying the game, and it's just empty seats.
Yeah, the family's not going to be there either. 216-474-0092. Let's get. Where do you want to go on this one there?
Walter, because of Walter Sobchak.
Walter, welcome to the show. Heading into the 4th quarter, were you rooting for draft positioning or a Browns win yesterday?
Browns win, 100%.
That's what we're talking about, Walt. I hope I can call you Walt.
Walt.
I got excited, Walter.
Absolutely. No problem. So I'll tell you, I was up in the 500s. I was up in the 500s yesterday,
Did you see
and there
Ken?
was not one person. I'm sorry?
Did you see Ken?
I did not see Ken. I don't even know what he looks like. I'm a radio guy.
Was he really there? I don't know. I don't know. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Walter.
Not at all. I just I feel like 100% of the time, I don't care about draft picks or numbers or whatever. I mean, I'm a math guy. I believe in numbers, but you always go for the win. If you are even talking about taking a fall, you've forgotten the spirit, the pride, the love of the game. That's just leave that to Twitter. And nobody was tweeting yesterday at the end of that game either. We were all into it.
Walter, that's what we're talking about, buddy. Thank you very much. I don't know. This show between the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat, and the poll and whatnot. And just the fact that I think you and I you didn't go as hard in the paint, but I think you agree with me. Get that win. Get that win. Even if it means Stefanski's back, get that win.
When the game is going on, I mean, I did also call it ice cream too, though. Like, let's be fair about it. I mean, there's an empty calorie side
delicious?
of all this. Yeah, and it was. That's the point. That's the point of this. It's delicious, but at the end of it, what did it really do for you? It didn't. It doesn't last beyond what existence was.
Well, how can you say that though? You're a Shedeur guy. If this is the game that solidified Shedeur as a starter for them,
that's why I'm happy about the game. Is because
it's not ice cream.
Well, for Shedeur, it definitely wasn't ice cream. For Shedeur, like, this was basically his Super Bowl. If he loses this game, there's a very low chance of him being the quarterback next year. Like, this game was, if anything, this game was so important for Shedeur in so many ways. That's why the start that he had was the least surprising thing in the world. It was like, of course he's going to come out guns a-blazing. Now, the second half, that was a little bit of surprise. Like, he had to have known if he just scored one more touchdown at any point in the third or fourth quarter, it was blouses. And to not see him step on the throat, I was a little disappointed by.
Oh, I think the second interception, the bad interception, the first one I didn't give that much of a rat's ass about, but the delayed throw in the flat out on the sideline.
Well, so that one was, if you watch that play, as I'm sure you did a million times already, like, Jerry Jeudy calls for the ball.
Yeah.
Like, Jeudy calls for it. This is the part that I don't know why it's escaping so many people. He calls for it, and then Shedeur throws it up there. Sure, it was a bad pass. It was an obvious mistake.
Jerry Jeudy doesn't battle for it.
Jerry just stopped.
Yeah.
He just stopped. Like, that was on Jerry more than it was on anything. You can't call for the ball, and then 3 seconds later, it's near you, and you just, I'm just not going to do it.
I think it was on Shedeur. Just because somebody calls for the ball, you don't throw it to him.
The bulk of it is on Shedeur, obviously. Bad decision. You can't make that throw. On and on the list goes. We've established that. But I think he was influenced by Jerry in that moment. And maybe this is where he has to be better and understand that Jerry Judy's not Travis Hunter. When Travis Hunter calls for the ball, Shedeur would throw him the ball, and then they'd play pitch and catch. And I think in that moment, I think his brain lapsed and being like, oh, wait, Jerry Judy's not Travis Hunter. This isn't Colorado. Okay, bad decision. I guess I don't trust. I'm back to what I thought 3 weeks ago, where I don't trust Jerry Jeudy anymore.
Somebody watch Boog's video. I
actually didn't see it. What did Boog say? No, I didn't see it.
Basically everything you just said.
Honest to swear to God, you know me. I did not see that at all.
I really thought you were just
swear on my life. Did not see that at all.
I trust you.
But that's how it's 100% all I kept thinking about. Like, that whole sequence, that whole scenario, everything. Like, that was it. No other way to put it.
Okay, when he let it go, I thought, oh, he's throwing to the sidelines, and then I was like, oh, but he's not at center field. He's not in the middle of the field. I think he's on the one hash. Does he have the arm to do it? And then I was watching and it was like, no. And then in fairness, Jerry had such a good first half.
Well, and that's when the trust started to be built back in, you could tell. Like Shedeur just became susceptible to thinking Jerry could play football once again, and that was the problem.
There was Jerry turning back to the center of the field instead of going to the sidelines and using his speed, which he has on that matchup. And then there was I'm going to give Jerry about 25% of the blame, not 20% of the blame. And then there was that, and I was like, you're right back to where you son of a so-and-so.
It is a classic that always got comped to Colorado. It was the idea that it was almost like Mahomes and Tyreek Hill-esque in that the early portion of the Chiefs when they were basically what it was. Tyreek would just play center field is what that turned into. And I think in that moment, I think Shedeur just thought he had that there with Jerry, and that was an obvious mistake.
Also,
can't make that throw.
I would like to point out just real quick
Jerry
here.
quit on it. My goodness.
Real quick here. When Shedeur is like 11 for 13 with 100 and some yards and a touchdown and no turnovers, and you go, I just don't love the way the ball's coming out of his hand. You can just look in the mirror and go, I'm a Shedeur hater.
Well, and so
the idea that he has to go out there and look like Mahomes when he's beating the Steelers and the stat line looks really good.
Yeah.
Just think you gotta just self-actualize for a second for me.
There was a time where I was thinking about it when he was early on in that game and he'd outpassed Rodgers like 165-18 or something insane, and I was like, he's going to throw for 300 yards, and people are going to say this game doesn't count. Yeah. Like they're just going to diminish this one. They're just going to discount it, and I was like, I was preemptively feeling bad for Shedeur. Second half happened. Obviously, he stunk up the joint in many ways. It was not a very good second half, and life moves on.
You know, by QBR and rating, Shedeur's outplayed two Hall of Famers the last 2 weeks.
I know.
Hey, stats matter, guys.
I know. Basically, every game except for the Caleb Williams one, he's been the better quarterback on the other side. He outdueled Cam Ward before the Caleb game. It's like, again, Cam Ward, a contemporary, you would think, also taken in that draft, taken 5 rounds ahead of him. He outplayed him that day, too.
All right, Ken in Cuyahoga Falls, we got about 35 seconds, buddy, but heading into the fourth quarter, what were you rooting for? Browns win or draft positioning?
100% Browns win, baby. Because let me tell you what, you got to be a Browns fan. You can't just want draft picks. Look what they've done. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, you know what, Jonathan, you're pathetic. Because you know what? Yeah, you're not realistic, brother.
What's not realistic?
I do. But you're pathetic as shit. You're not honest.
What part isn't honest? Ken, hold on. What part is pathetic and not honest?
Let me tell you what, you make excuses. When he does great, he's the best person to ever throw a pass. And when he does bad, you're like, well, so be it, move on. You got to be honest.
What part is not being honest? What part of me has put him in the Hall of Fame? What part of me has put him into...
I love you, man, but it's seriously, be honest about yourself. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.
He seemed nice. Why is he so insulting, but he also seemed nice at the same time?
I'm trying to figure out.
I wanted to yell and go back and forth, but then he seemed nice about it, but then he was also throwing daggers, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't know if I should yell at him or laugh. I didn't know. Well, all right.
I think Ken has been celebrating a Browns victory Monday, and God bless him for it.
I mean, is this pathetic? What excuse have I made for Shador?
I don't agree with you on the Jerry Jeudy interception, but I think we're closer. I don't think we're so far apart.
The heart of it is he shouldn't throw in the pass. He shouldn't have made the bad decision.
Well, but I think how it came out.
I think there's multiple blames to be had here.
No, I would agree. But I think we got there eventually. I think we started me thinking you were saying something different, but we got there. I think Ken maybe was just feeling those Browns victory Monday vibes.
We got there?
Can we get that laugh, by the way?
It was like Santa Claus. I don't know what that was.
I know you can't yell at Santa Claus when you laugh like that. Ken, we just can't.
I wanted to, but then he seemed to be too nice while also then throwing daggers, and I didn't know what to do with myself.
Did the Steelers choose losing over Myles Garrett breaking a record? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. The AFC better not let the Ravens into the playoffs. Game 272.
in heaven do I hope this is coming through on my voice, how much I hate snow. I really do. I just loathe snow, and I just don't understand it. Ooh, wonderful. Like, no, hate it. Hate it all.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.
Back on Afternoon Drive. Nick and JP with you on a Browns Victory Monday. The laugh.
That a big old belly laugh.
It was wildly unhinged, the turn that call took, until the laugh. And then I'll be honest with you, any frustration, anger, misunderstanding that was in my body, you can actually see it. I think I mouth something fairly profane while the call is going on because I don't understand it, nor do you, as you're being attacked. But when he laughed, I was like, I don't give a rat's ass. This is awesome. I love him.
He seemed like a nice guy. That's the sad part. You know what that is? That's an impressive feat to be saying mean things while also seeming like you're too nice in the moment. How do you pull that off? I say nice things and people are like, you said that too mean. I got the inverse.
I actually think I think people don't always understand what I'm saying. On air, you understand if I'm saying a mean thing because it's kind of the job we communicated.
No, sometimes I can say nice things and people are like, man, that was mean.
The amount of times
like,
I've said things and people are like, wow, thank you for that. That was really nice. And I'm like, I just said like the meanest thing that I think about you and you took it as a compliment. I don't know. Did I fail there? Did you fail?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe that's just well, I don't know. Anyway, that guy has that. Whatever that is, that guy has that. Should I defend myself in this now that it's like 10 minutes
because you don't
passed?
know what you're defending.
He called me pathetic. I feel like there's got to be some defense of that, right? There has to be some defense.
I think here's the defense. No, I'm not. Bam.
Boom.
Bang biscuit.
Bang biscuit.
Daryl Ryder coming up in about 20 minutes. Quick hits coming up in about 40 minutes here. It was so funny to me to watch this game where it was obvious, whether it was Myles Garrett's sack record, whether it was just the idea that Myles getting to Aaron Rodgers was going to be antithetical to winning, for whatever reason, it was funny to watch people say, man, the Steelers are so in their own head about Myles, and this is what they're like. Literally, Aaron Rodgers is melting down on 3rd and 4th down simply because Myles Garrett's on the field. And then watching people like Warren Sharp with his ridiculous mustache, which belongs in the Hall of Perverts, come out and be like,
the Hall of Perverts?
I said what I said. Ken got me going. I'm feeling the negative juju, right? You go, Ken and Cuyahoga Falls. I'm just saying mean things now. There. I laughed and made it better.
That's a laugh that belongs in the Hall of Perverts.
That's such a great laugh. But then having Warren Sharp being like, they're not obviously. Yes. No. Whether it was the record or whether it was just Myles in general, the Pittsburgh Steelers pediddled themselves yesterday as they fell apart. We're back to the perverts. It always goes back to the perverts. Look at the list. See the names. But no, the point is...
They pediddled themselves?
They I was going to say piddled all over themselves just because of Myles Garrett being on the field. It was, honestly, it was unbecoming of the Steelers organization. Every nice thing anyone said about the historic Steelers in the last 60 years should be stricken.
You defended them. You said that Yingers were idiots and all these people that were like them were idiots and all these other things. You defended that. You shouted me down consistently just 3 weeks ago in me telling you that this is wash, rinse, repeat. The whole Steelers thing is one big farce. They never win playoff games. They're always just a 9-7 football team, 9-8 football team, whatever it ends up being, and they stink. They consistently stink, and you tried telling me this was worth something.
You ready?
I'm ready.
You ready for it?
Yes, I'm ready.
Or do you want to hear it?
I'd like to,
Would you like to hear it? Would you like to hear what I'm about to say?
Tell it to me already.
I'll tell you if you want to hear what. If you want to hear what I'm going to say, then you're going to hear it. Oh, wait. Well, you're throwing it at that thing. That's a nice.
I don't want to throw it at you. I'm going to back if I throw it at you. I throw it here, it bounces back.
You do like to throw things.
It's like a boomerang.
I'm officially flip-flopping on Mike Tomlin. What an absolute coward of a coach. And Aaron Rodgers, he's not in the Hall of Fame yet. Bar him. Find the hard drive. Find whatever dirt you have to.
You don't have to search hard with him.
Like with Aaron.
Maybe
find
his
the fake wife.
Yeah.
Find some way to keep him out of the Hall of Fame. That was the art of cowardice by the Pittsburgh Steelers. Think about it. It's the Pittsburgh Steelers. They've spent a decade talking about TJ Watt and what a great player he is. and they melted down.
They always do.
No.
They always do.
No, but they do against good teams.
Every year for 8 years, they always do.
They gift wrapped. It was a Christmas present to the Cleveland Browns because Mike Tomlin saw the shadow of Myles Garrett. It was so laughably bad that I almost want to relegate them to the Canadian Football League. That's how bad it was.
Okay.
It was unbecoming. They're an unserious franchise.
I've been telling you this for years.
Fire Tomlin.
Yes.
Retire and then put Aaron Rodgers in Guantanamo Bay.
What a turn this is. My goodness.
Make Pony the president of the National Broadcasting or whatever. He'd hate that anyway. So
nobody wants that.
Sure.
Nobody wants that job. I
almost made a NAMBLA joke.
I'm so... It is this one game. This was it for you. This is all... It all turned...
It was that bad.
It was that bad, but
it was right there. The Ravens lost the night before.
Them. This is what they do every single year. They whip into the postseason. Last year, they fell apart. They lost the final 5 games.
This loss was so much worse.
5 games to go into the postseason and be double-digit underdogs. It happens every year to them.
This loss was so bad.
Every year they do this.
Jonathan, they threw at Denzel Ward 3 times in the end zone.
It's bird brain material.
No.
It's so dumb to be like, let's pick on Denzel Ward of all people. It's iconically stupid. Yes, we all agree. But this is what Tomlin has done. Down to the idea that even TJ Watt this week was like, I'm ready to play. Put me in, coach. I know I had a collapsed lung, but I'm ready to play. And Tomlin's like, no, you didn't practice this all week. You don't get to play. Treating a must-win game as if it's just a walk in the park. This is what they do.
This is like when somebody who is just kind of generally stupid finally unleashes all their stupidity into the dumbest thing you've ever seen. We all have a family member that all right,
no, you just had your eyes awoken. It's all this is. Your eyes are now. You're.
I wasn't
wide
wrong
open.
previously. This was supersonically stupid. I don't even know what the hell that means. I almost said it again.
Padiddled? You almost went back to padiddled?
Almost padiddled. No, I don't like this. I don't even know what supersonically stupid means, but it is. It was galactically stupid. It makes the dumbest thing you've ever seen in your purse. I've seen somebody walk into a screen door. It's closed, and they just walked right into it. I've seen somebody walk into a glass sliding door.
Was it a bird?
There's a human being. There's a human being.
Into glass doors?
And they are amongst the dumbest people I've ever seen. I saw my buddy Hacksaw trip on air once.
That guy's
honest to God.
Yeah.
He's a mess of a human being. And it wasn't even the dumbest thing I've ever seen Hacksaw do. But even the dumbest thing I've seen Hacksaw do is not as dumb as how the Steelers played this. They lived in fear of Myles Garrett.
It's nice you can come over to this side of the
table.
And
there's no defending Mike Tomlin. And by the way,
there never has been.
Yes, there has been.
There has been.
This is the pinnacle of stupidity. This is you got so high in your own horse, telling everyone, clapping back for the last 3 weeks, telling everybody, I still want to fire me because I won some regular season games, to trip over air. Honestly, in NFL history, being this afraid of Myles, guys, I've seen Myles have 4-sack games and they lose.
Yeah.
So you should have appropriate
fear. It was a 5-sack game against the Patriots, and we lost. We got blown out in the second half of that game.
And also, I've lost all respect for Josh Allen and Aaron Rodgers as competitors who have gone so far out of their own way to make sure Myles didn't set the sack record, which, by the way, hurts Brett Favre's legacy 0.
Yeah, nobody really
Zero.
cares. Nobody cares if you're the guy at the end of this, but Josh Allen does immensely, obviously as evidenced by the post-game comments, and then clearly Aaron Rodgers by evidence to what happened in that game. But Nick, this is play stupid games, win stupid prizes. That's all this is. They didn't take this game seriously, the Steelers didn't, and then at the end of it, they looked shocked that they weren't just able to go down the field and win it.
And here's the thing, you should at least be men about it.
Win stupid prizes.
You should be men about it. If you trip over your own you-know-what, you should at least own it. And they can't even do that. But Aaron Rodgers, Tomlin, oh no, the sack record wasn't in our head. Myles Garrett wasn't in our head. They had Jim Nantz and Tony Romo. You had the best coverage of week 17 in America. Half of America watched this game against their own will. Eyes peeled open like Clockwork Orange. They saw. You completely messed your pants on national television and then did not at least have the stones to be like, maybe that one's on us. Maybe we lived in our own fears too much, to then be like, Not us.
Well, if anything, if I was the Steelers, I would be trying to swerve into that idea. I wouldn't be running away from it. I'd be swerving into it because at least then you can go to Week 18 against the Ravens and be like, well, we can call back a good team, a good Steelers team at any point. We can be that team that beat the Lions a week prior. We can be that team instead of what that was yesterday. Because if it's 6 points offensively, that's Dylan Gabriel over there. That's dreadful.
We
watched a lot of 6-point ball games. It's dreadful.
Ever wanted to lose a burger bet the way I want to lose a burger bet to you now.
Well, you're in position.
Yeah.
I'll give you a chance, by the way. If you want to buy your way out of this burger bet, you can.
No.
Okay.
No, I'm a man of integrity. Unlike Mike Tomlin, unlike Aaron Rodgers, who see their own shadow and jump in the air like it's Scooby Doo and go, oh, gee willikers.
Well, so the scary part about this is
I'm a man.
I'm
40.
Every Steeler fan in the pregame yesterday that I was like seeing online or anyone I deal with that like cover the Steelers, they were very scared about that game yesterday. Like very scared. They were acting as if the Browns were the favorites in that game. And immediately after that game, it seemed like to a man, every one of them was saying it would be very Mike Tomlin to then go out and win this game against Baltimore by 20. Like to just go out there and just boots to ass this Baltimore game. And because right when you think you're out on Tomlin, he pulls people back in.
No, I'll tell you right now, this is a fireable loss.
That's how they feel about it in Pittsburgh.
It is a fireable loss. And if he fumbles the bag, if you had this lead in this division and you don't end up winning the division, if the Steelers do not fire Mike Tomlin, if he does not beat Baltimore this next week, quite frankly, again, I'll say it again, relegate them to the CFL.
Well, here's the beautiful part about this for us outsiders looking in is that loser of this game is in prime position to fire their coach. So it'll either be fire Tomlin or fire Harbaugh, but it feels like one of those has to happen after this season.
Oh, man, we got a Steelers mouth breather. We got a Yinzer with 3 teeth in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat. Guys, get at him. You do this. Drop
those corn emojis.
Yeah, drop those corn emojis, girl. 216-474-0092. I don't know why I had to add girl in there. How much did Miles and the chase for the sack record impact the game? Enough that I have flip-flopped on Mike Tomlin and say, get his ass out of there. Bring Ken Wisenhunt back. Is Russ Grimm still alive? Bring the Grimmer back.
No Grimmer.
Hey, Bill Cowher, shopping for
you said really hurtful things to people that were telling you the same thing 3 weeks ago.
And now I'm flip-flopping.
Like really hurtful things.
Owning it.
Like really
Sounds like you remember them.
Mean-spirited, hurtful
Do you remember
things.
them like verbatim?
Like, do I have them written on my wall? I don't know. You tell me. Have we done therapy sessions over them? I don't know. You tell me.
There's just a facsimile of me.
You tell me.
Like 10% fatter. But that it's got like animatronics that it's like, you're a moron for thinking this. I'm not a moron, damn it. Daryl Ryder, not a moron. Joins us in 5 minutes. We'll see. All right. Give me the Ken laugh. Give me the Ken and Ken. Can't be mad at it. Heading into the fourth quarter, was Dale rooting for a win or draft positioning? We'll get his take in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Get your
Can be pretty enjoyable. Michelob Ultra, the perfect balance of taste and refreshment, and only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Quick hits coming up in just about 20 minutes there. Nathan Zagura, Browns analyst, coming up at 5 o'clock. But it is a Browns Victory Monday. We are enjoying it. Rather than talking down to each other, unless it comes from Ken and Cuyahoga Falls, or, the whole Mike Tomlin thing, who said what, who flip-flop, who didn't flip-flop. I don't recall the details, but we are enjoying a Browns Victory Monday. We're going to see the mood of our next guest right now. Was he rooting for draft position? Was he rooting for a win yesterday? What did he want in his heart of hearts? Daryl Ryder, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daryl, welcome to the show. Happy Browns Victory Monday.
Hello, boys. I was rooting for a win. We don't root for draft position. Right?
Look at that. This is unanimous. We got Connect 3 here. Actually, Connect 4 because I think Jax was rooting for it as well.
Oh, Jack definitely was, yeah.
Yeah, that's a true fan there. So how much do you think this win matters with 1 week left in the season?
As far as what? Futures of employment, direction of the organization, Shedeur. I mean, there's like five different areas where this thing may or may
pretty
not
open-ended kind of question
whichever way
there.
you want to take it, really.
Kind of a choose-your-own-adventure kind of thing.
Okay.
But we don't really do those that often.
Yeah, we just did it to start the show, but now
we
you
don't
get
do
to
those.
do it.
We're not
now.
one of those, yeah.
I would say it shouldn't alter a lot when you talk about, as Kevin Stefanski puts it, the big picture. And by big picture, I mean his job, Andrew Berry's job, because it is what it is right now as far as where this team is. I give credit to Stefanski. The team has not quit on him. That's for sure. These last 2 weeks, I think we've seen that. Even with the loss to the Bills, you come back, you beat the Steelers at home. When they, even though they seem to be more concerned about Myles Garrett taking T.J. Watt's sack record away than actually winning the football game, but that's neither here nor there. I have to give Stefanski credit for keeping this thing together, because we've seen many a season go down this path and then it just totally jumps the tracks in December and things spiral out of control. And that's not happened this year. And I think Kevin certainly deserves a lot of credit. Now, whether or not that should be enough to keep his job, I think that's a whole nother conversation. But I do maintain that they should be a package deal. If you're going to fire Kevin, you better fire Andrew, because they both share in the recent failures the last couple years.
Oh, that's interesting. So all or nothing approach there. Okay, well, on that, let me ask you, what do you make of Josina Anderson's report that the Browns have met with Chris Greer and Tom Telesco to gather perspectives and for exploratory talks on potentially adding senior voices?
It means changes are coming. That's what I take from that. Changes are coming. It's just what does the scope of those changes actually look like? Do they promote Andrew Berry or change his title to keep him, but maybe bring in some help on the football side of things? Because I think they need help in the front office. Talent acquisition in the last 6 years has been a major problem. It's not been where it needs to be. Yes, there have been some good spots. Obviously, the Amari Cooper trade turned out pretty well. This particular draft class is turning out pretty well. But I think that there have been more misses than hits when you talk about roster construction with this team and giving them an opportunity to maintain contender status throughout. That's the team that he took over as GM in 2020. And now you're looking at a complete and utter gut job and rebuild on the offensive side of the ball this offseason out of necessity, because it's that bad. And a lot of the failures on that side of the ball are from players that Andrew Berry brought in here.
All right, Daryl, I'm looking for some Browns Victory Monday vibes. With love and respect, you're about to potentially win our fantasy football league this week, or tonight, in fact. You got a heck of a chance to do it. This is feeling a little funeral dirge. It's not feeling like the Browns just beat the Steelers. I'm just
well look, you guys
respectful criticism.
Listen, you guys are asking me about big picture stuff, and the big picture stuff isn't pretty. What happened yesterday? That was beautiful. That was a thing of beauty. The fact that Denzel Ward was able to shut down the Steelers' offense on 3 straight snaps there to seal the win, mostly because Aaron Rodgers did not want to look in Myles Garrett's direction. However, had he looked in Myles Garrett's direction, he might have had a game-winning touchdown on one of those plays. But he didn't, thankfully, and Denzel Ward did what Denzel Ward does, and that is, lock down, his side of the field, and he was able to do it on 3 straight plays. So Browns fans, I think, should feel good about the win. Anytime you can beat the Steelers, anytime you can make them go win a division somewhere else and not in your own building, that's a good afternoon. And I do have to give the Browns social team some credit. 5 stars across the board. Quote tweeting the Ravens doing the perfect timing with the Shedeur wrist up celebration. I don't know who it was in the picture that they had put up there, and the Browns quote posted and said, "Yeah, we didn't do this for you." So bravo to the Browns social media team there.
Was Shador's game closer to a good or closer to a bad performance?
Well, first half it was close to a great performance, and then it just fell apart for him in the second half. And that is the roller coaster of a young player. I believe that he has shown enough to warrant a look in 2026. He deserves a shot in 2026. There are things with certain throws he's made, plays he's made with his legs, instincts, heart, determination. Like, there's something there with this guy, and I want to see more of it. I want to see him get an honest chance at this because I think he's earned it. But 7 games, which will be after Sunday's game, 7 starts, I should say, not really enough of a sample size to make an overarching determination, but you give him 17 more, now all of a sudden that becomes a 24.5 game sample size, and then you can kind of, decide whether or not you want him to be your franchise quarterback going forward. But the complication to this whole thing, hate to be Debbie Downer, Nick, sorry, is the big picture of what's going on with the Browns and what they decide to do in the front office, as well as the head coach, because that will directly affect Shedeur Sanders' outlook here.
So you might have answered it there, but when you say get a look in 2026,
yeah,
what is that? Like, what does that entail? What do you do around Shedeur in the quarterback position, and is it a full rubber stamp 17 game look?
At worst, he competes for the job in training camp. At worst. I would prefer you try and start him next year from week 1, take advantage of his low salary, take advantage of, well, not really take advantage of, but cope with the fact that you have to pay Deshaun Watson $46 million for the final time, and just get through that. And yeah, give him an opportunity. That's what I mean by give him a look. Because, again, I think he's shown enough to warrant that. And then, and also, too, he really didn't get that opportunity this offseason. Like, this notion that it was really a 4-man quarterback competition in training camp, it wasn't. Okay, he was throwing to the ball boys. You're not in a quarterback competition when you're throwing the ball boys during training camp because they ran out of wide receivers because they're working 4 guys at the same time. It really wasn't. It was a 3-man competition that eventually became a 2-man competition that eventually got handed over to Joe Flacco. And then they went ahead and turned it over to Dylan Gabriel, right? And so, like, I would like to see what Shedeur's progress looks like with a full off-season program, mini camps, a training camp, those first team reps in those spaces, and then we can really see, because he is improved from when he took the field against the Ravens in that second half. He has gotten better, and you can see where he is taking the coaching and the negative things that are being pointed out to him, the mistakes that he has made. You can tell he's taking that coaching to heart. And I also like that when he comes into the press room after the game, he doesn't act like he's infallible. He owns up to the mistakes. He admitted yesterday that second interception, that is a ball that no quarterback should ever attempt to throw. He threw it. It was a dumb mistake on his part, and he owned up to it. And now let's see if he goes forward, doesn't make that mistake again, right? Or minimizes making that mistake again. So I see a lot of positive with Shedeur Sanders that's worth exploring and seeing if he can't get a chance to make himself into an NFL starting quarterback. Because I think he's better than some of these retreads that we see across the league.
Will the sack record be devalued in your eyes if Miles gets it next week?
I think that there will absolutely be some that if he gets 1 sack next week that will devalue it, Jonathan. But if Miles has a multi-sack game, and his favorite quarterback to sack is Joe Burrow, and we found out today Burrow's going to start. Good news for Myles Garrett. Burrow's going to be on the field. I think if he gets multiple sacks, 2 and 3 sacks in that game, Jonathan, I think that takes it away. I will say this, though. It shouldn't be devalued. And the reason I maintain that, first of all, the Browns have played from behind a tremendous amount this year. Miles has accrued these sacks in fewer pass rush attempts and pass rush opportunities than TJ Watt or Michael Strahan did. So even though it would take a 17th game for him to surpass their mark, I do feel like it's on level playing field just because of the pass rush opportunities there. They needed more pass rush opportunities to get to that mark where he's going to need fewer. And so I think it belongs on the same playing field. But it makes it easier not to put an asterisk next to it if he blows by it with multiple sacks on Sunday in Cincinnati.
Daryl, your hit has been a success with the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Cammie saying, thank you, darling. They didn't get your name right. They added, we flipped around some letters there. So
hello, darling.
But hey, I sounds like you want to be darling in this situation.
Like you got some supporters in the chat.
Yeah. We got some darling supporters. I don't know how to make that into like a supporters thing, but you get it, Daryl.
Well, I am a supporter going into the offseason.
Look at that.
I'm not afraid to hide it. I am a supporter.
I like this out of you. I like this a lot out of you.
Now, here's the problem, Daryl. You cannot flip-flop on this because JP and I do not forget this. Other shows will conveniently forget this when it falls in with whatever narrative they've got on any given day.
Especially when we get to a spot where it's like March, and then you're thinking one way, and then June you're thinking another way, and no games have been played, Daryl. That's what makes me the angriest.
Yeah.
Well,
play some games. You get to change your attitudes. You get to change your thoughts, your opinions. But when no games are played, I don't want to hear it.
They're going to have 3 of the top, 35, 36, whatever it'll end up being picks in this draft, and I would much prefer them fill the vast amount of holes they have on the offensive side of the football with those picks than taking one of these quarterbacks.
Daryl likes filling those holes.
Daryl, happy Victory Monday, buddy. Thank you so much.
Maintain the gap integrity at all times there, Jonathan.
Been trying. All this being said, great stuff, Daryl Ryder there, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers.
Daryl has no idea who that laugh is, by the way. Has zero clue as to what was going on.
Honestly, I want this played once a segment for the end of eternity. I don't give a rat's ass who knows and who doesn't know, because you and I know, and that was fun. However, pour one out for a Browns legend. That leads off quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
All day long. All day. All the time. At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
The Shador analysis, the Shenanalysis, that did not come out the way I hoped it would.
No, it didn't.
But hopefully, the actual analysis of how well Shador did or didn't play.
Where's the follow-up laugh after that?
Played at the start, right in the beginning of the
No,
season.
you can do it twice. You can do it. It's not like it's not a one segment per. There's not a time limit on this or a limit on it.
I was like, all right, I played a sound effect.
Right. I got
my one in.
I got my one.
See you in 20 minutes.
That is how some people feel. Oddly enough, it's like, well, we dropped it once. We're good. No, feel free.
You know what? I was gonna fire some shots. I'm not. You know what, Jax? It's all love. I was going to fire a shot at Mac. It's all love. I'm feeling really great today.
Wow, you really are feeling good today.
The Shador analysis coming up in about 20 minutes, but let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
Sunday wasn't just a win for the Browns. It could easily have been Joel Bitonio's final home game as a Cleveland Brown, something Joel talked about after the game. Well, Browns defensive tackle Shelby Harris talked about Bitonio after the win.
I've bounced around. He's been here the whole time. And, when you think about the Browns, you think about Joe Bitonio and the consistency that he brings and just the leadership that he brings to that line and up front. And so it just doesn't even sound right to say the Browns without Joe Bitonio. But, he's had a hell of a career. Whatever he chooses to do, we're going to cheer for him the whole step of the way because he's earned that. He's earned the walk away whenever he wants to. And he's one of the great O-linemen in this league that hopefully, and I think we can all agree, we should see in the Hall of Fame at some point.
Kind of building on the meaninglessness or not of the win yesterday. If this season is building to something, and 2 years from now we'll look at this and go, hey, that season needed to happen the way that it happened so that this could happen and that could happen and this could happen, right? All that being said, I think this is Joel's last game as a Cleveland Brown, and when I thought about it yesterday, watching him go out on what's either going to be a 4 or 5 win team, I did get incredibly sad just because he deserves so much better than that.
I thought Joe Thomas had a really nice post, like honoring Joel and being like, I didn't know what I wanted for Christmas until this happened, and basically getting to what you're saying. Like, it was a beautiful day for Joel Bitonio. When you said pour one out, I really thought, I was like, did somebody die yesterday? I wasn't really sure. I'm like, can we use pour one out for
for retirement?
For retirement?
Yeah.
I feel like pour one out is exclusively for when people have died.
That's not, I don't feel like that's at all. I feel like I poured one out when people gotten fired.
How do we feel
Pour one
about
out
this?
is for when someone dies, yeah.
Yeah, when someone dies. Yeah. It's not for retirement.
Yeah, there are a lot of things that have multiple meanings, guys. A lot of different, like later Gator.
I think 2 to 1.
You can say that when somebody's dying, and you can say it also if you're just going to see them in like a couple weeks. And then they say after a while, crocodile.
There we go. Because you know the difference between an alligator and a crocodile.
I don't.
One will see you later, one will see you in a while. But the point is that I feel like, oh, you wanted to do it.
Come on, Jax.
Where are you?
You're like Shador throwing an 8-yard out route.
Where are you today?
I'm seeing stars.
All right, we might have
point
to
at me and
you are looking at us.
We might have. That was nice of you. We might have to just get rid of the Ken laugh completely now because it's just turned into
Has
too
Jax
much.
killed the bed?
Too much direction that just is never taken. And on top of it, Jax doesn't want to take half of them, and then it turns into moments like we had at the end with Daryl Ryder last
Jax,
segment.
if we say you got to take it, you got to take it.
That's how I thought this worked.
Yeah.
Pour one out for your career. How about that?
Is that because his career's
it's not
dead?
Retired, it's dead.
Nah. Enjoy working on basketball.
Oh, yeah, we like you. And they will too.
Co-hosting. Hey!
Oh, geez. All right, my turn.
Fun.
Yeah, that's what it all is. We're having fun. 49ers Bears last night. San Francisco survived the thriller. Caleb Williams was not able to get the job done at the very end of this game, but it didn't really seem to matter to many Bears fans. It was more the idea that this offense for Chicago is humming. Are you willing to retract any previous statements about Caleb Williams? This is the show to retract statements previously. Are you a buyer into Caleb Williams now?
If he makes that throw with 3 seconds on the clock, yeah.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
I think this. I do think. Listen, I think these playoffs are huge for him. I still think the turnovers are a little fluky. You get a lot of good bounces when you're have this many turnovers. I'm not 100% in on the Bears, but Caleb can sling it, man. He makes some throws that are just holy crap level throws.
Yeah, that 50-yard throw to Loveland. There was
Remember
so many
the
good
DJ
throws.
Moore throw in the Browns game?
How many Bears games this year we turn around and been like, that was game of the season? Last night was another one of those games. Everyone's like, game of the year. We've said that with 4 different Bears games this year.
But I think if Bears fans are saying, hey, we played game of the season potentially, we just didn't have it in the final like, I'm okay with them having that now, because that kind of moment where, quite frankly, Ben Johnson took it on the chin after the game, saying that was on me, I didn't get the call in quick enough. Caleb was rattled. The Bears offense was rattled too. That's fine, because you should be rattled. That was a playoff game last night. Both teams were playing like that was the damn Super Bowl. So I'm not quite ready to give Caleb full flowers yet, or go full Tomlin, as we're going to call it going forward.
Yeah,
as they did with Mike Tomlin in the 3 o'clock segment. But very excited to see if he can prove he's for real in the playoffs.
It was a really impressive offensive game. Also, Brock Purdy looked really good last night too. That was one of the better Brock Purdy games I've seen.
I still think he's a scrub.
Rome wasn't built in a day.
I'm just being a hater.
I wasn't going to get you to move off that anytime soon.
The Dolphins beat the Buccaneers 20-17, which was Tampa's 4th straight loss. They now need a Panthers loss this next week in a Bucs win to claim the division. But rookie quarterback Quinn Ewers got praise from head coach Mike McDaniel after a 2 TD performance.
Quinn's very authentic, and I think in positions of leadership, it's very important. You're inherently a leader when you're a quarterback, and so he's passionate about football. Don't let the Texas twang in his speech fool you. This dude he's very, very, very smart. Don't let the Texas twang line distract you from the fact that was 100% a subtweet of Tua Tagovailoa. Yeah, he's an authentic leader. You need to be authentic. Like, everything about that screamed,
okay,
Mike,
I'll bite.
Why are you still subtweeting Tua 2 weeks after you benched his ass and probably ended his career in Miami?
Because he needs to make sure he's gone.
That's fair.
He needs to continue to make sure everyone knows that and highlight at every spot until next year happens that Tua's the problem. Tua's the reason why we're in this spot. I'm not the problem, and I'm going to do it this way.
And I got to say, the stretch run might have proven Mike McDaniel right.
Yeah, I think so. Quinn Ewers was such a fascinating, and has been for a very long time, a fascinating prospect. And the idea that he fell in the 7th round, I'll never forget that image of him in his house in Texas, like deep Texas, where he just has all the dead animals all around him, and it just looks like it's a cave is all it is, and he's just falling. And it's just, his whole world is just up in a balance, and he's turned it around a little bit here.
So if after Quinn's fall in the draft and just where people thought he was going to be 2 years ago and where he ended up getting drafted, if Arch Manning doesn't fulfill the prophecy, I think we're going to have a real conversation about Steve Sarkisian. Because Quinn Ewers was a 5-star prospect. Arch, obviously, 5-star prospect. Either he's not good at evaluating these guys, or he has not helped, kind of push these guys in the NFL where they need to be.
Very fair take. Omaha! Also, the Bucs win next week against the Panthers, and they win the division.
Yes.
People are acting like the Bucs season is over. It's not over.
Yeah.
They're struggling, but like you can easily make this thing right.
And listen, Bryce Young isn't good. He's not bad. But I feel so bad for my brethren on WFNZ in Charlotte
but they
who
gotta
have to polish that turd. You just got to be honest. He's fine.
I think they're just happy to win 8 games this year, right? Isn't
No,
that it?
100%. Yeah.
Like they're just happy they're not in the bottom. All right, Pete Carroll came out and said he feels like he has the support of ownership. It seems like the Raiders are essentially locked into getting the number one overall pick now, which means it would be Fernando Mendoza. I don't think they're going to lose to the Chiefs. Again, they're already resting all these players. Although that would be an interesting subplot to this, is how deep will Andy Reid go to keep Mendoza out of his division? But if you were the Raiders, what do you do with Pete Carroll?
I mean, I think the only reason he agrees to tank is that he's safe, right?
I just assume that you have to fire him and he's gone at the end of the season.
Here's the thing. Remember, Pete didn't get the OC hire his first run in Seattle right either. He hired Jeremy Bates, whose dad, Jim Bates, was the head coach of the Dolphins for a minute in the Packers DC, and fired Jeremy Bates before the season opened or early in the season. And that was a really bad season that first year in Seattle. And then he leveled. I think it was Darren Bevel who I think he ended up hiring for that next run. And then they went off on their run. So I wonder now if maybe Chip Kelly and Pete Carroll was a forced marriage, and that maybe that can save Pete from all this.
So you'd give him another run. You give him, because remember, if you're doing this, it's a 74-year-old head coach that you're then saying, all right, Mendoza, this is your guy. And I don't know. I mean, that's a big setup for Mendoza.
I think you have to go back and look at how many head coaches they've had. If not for the Titans, we'd be talking about how many coaches the Raiders have had since 2021. It's really hard to build anything. Listen, if you don't think Pete's going to be here in 3 years, maybe you should just fire him. But at some point, you just can't keep firing everybody every 2 years. And it's not like Tom Brady,
I'm fascinated,
the great owner, has suddenly changed things there.
Well, that's it. I'm fascinated. They have a miserable ownership. But it's so much good young talent on that team. Bowers, Genty, Crosby's obviously not young, but we're talking about talented here. Like there's
a lot of guys
players
drafted by Tom Telesco.
A lot of guys drafted by Telesco.
Also, I do think it'd be very, very funny if, Oladokin is the reason that Fernando Mendoza ends up in that division. And by the way, if I'm Fernando Mendoza, I don't want any part of that.
Well, so if you're Andy,
Bo Nix, Pat Mahomes, Justin Herbert.
If you're Andy Reid, though, do you make sure that the Chiefs don't win this game to keep Mendoza away, or are you not scared of Mendoza?
I'm not scared of Mendoza.
I don't think you're scared. I don't think you're scared of Mendoza either. If you're Andy Reid, I think you're like, all right, we'll just play out the game, and it is what it is.
We have to remember where we started with Shedeur Sanders. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Antonio to face the Spurs. Tip off at 8 o'clock. The Cleveland Browns preview show is back tonight at 7. You can catch tonight's preview show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Nathan Segura coming up in 1 hour's time. It is a Browns Victory Monday. The celebration rolls on to the cynical, draft position. Silence! I almost said silencio, and then when it's not. Silence! In fact, the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, the chat, 91% of 400 votes saying a Browns win. That's what they were rooting for going into the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I mean, once it became reality, I think a lot of people ended up just being like, okay, we want to make Aaron Rodgers cry. That's more fun.
Okay, I guess we'll take the win over the Steelers.
It wasn't said like that. It was more like if you were on the fence about it, you then went to the other side of that fence.
All right.
Because beating the Steelers is always cool. That's always a good time. It still is very instant gratification, but that's fine.
Well, but isn't after the game being like, we're locked into the number 2 pick, isn't that also instant gratification?
No, not at all, because you haven't even paid that off yet, and you still then have 5 or 6 months before you even pay that off.
But
it's like the opposite of that.
I'll continue to go back to the idea of, you're not saying this, but the idea of a meaningless win is false. It is. Shador's playing for something.
Well, but it wouldn't
Kevin
have been...
Stefanski's playing for something.
Yeah.
Or coaching for something, rather.
No, I get it. But I think, again, this is just all what you attribute. If you're going to use the word meaningful, it's what you attribute that to. Is it more meaningful for some Browns fans that you have the driver's seat to do whatever you want in the draft from a quarterback perspective, or really from any part of the draft perspective? Is that more meaningful than what that win was? And for a lot of fans, they just feel like they take the draft scenario.
I think the most interesting thing today that we're going to hear on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, I already saw it on social media, is how much credit you're willing to give Shador for being a part of that win yesterday. I don't think you have to give him all the credit. I don't think you have to give him half the credit. But if you're one of the folks out there, I just need people to be really honest about how they feel about Shador. Because there's a segment of people who will cast me as a Shadorian or a Shapologist, and it's like, guys, and I did want to draft him with a number 2 pick. Guys, I just thought he was a better quarterback prospect than Dylan Gabriel, which bears fruit every time we watched either one of those guys play.
Right.
And now I'm rooting for him because he's a starting quarterback of the Cleveland Browns, and he shows promise every single week.
Yeah.
So if you can't give him credit for yesterday, and you're out here calling people Shadorians or whatever goofy nickname you're trying to act like is a slur against people who want this kid to succeed, at some point I just think you're a hater.
Well,
I think you're just the person. I really do. Like, I think there's a lot of people very reasonable and want to discuss how they thought Shador played yesterday. But if you're just not going to give the kid any credit, you're telling on yourself.
And we should be talking about the ups and the downs and how, like, for myself, I want him to be more consistent. I think the highs are very high. I think the lows have been low. I want him to be more consistent. But here's what I've discovered, okay, Nick? Like, what I've discovered in this town, in this city, and rightfully so, it's been an absolute conga line of suck when it comes to the quarterback spot for 25 years.
That sounds so much more fun than it actually is.
I know, doesn't it?
Because you imagine the song, maybe somebody's got one of those head things on, like with the bananas in it.
It's a bad time, though. It's a conga line of suck.
I imagine the Chiquita Bananas lady just really getting down.
Oh, she's definitely a part of that.
She's leading it.
So here's the thing. I don't think you're smart or clever or creative if your instant or your reaction for 20 years has been, I'll just say bad things about the Browns quarterback until one of them proves me wrong. And until this point, I've never been proven wrong. So I just keep going down this road. Like, I think it actually takes more stones to live in the world that I've been living in, and it seems like you've been living in as well, where it's like, all right, maybe we have something here. Maybe it will defeat all odds, and maybe, just maybe, he can overcome the fact that it's been 25 years of just awful quarterback play. Like I think that takes so much more than the person that's just wash, rinse, repeat No, and they don't have it right. They'll never have it right. And if I can just say it for 25 years, and then once they do get it right, I'll just fall on the sword and say I'm wrong, then that's the end of the convo.
I think maybe this is the way I'm because I think you and I are lockstep here. I think you have to acknowledge where we started with Shedeur. Before Shedeur started, he was dismissed as just a fifth-round pick, as lesser talented than Dylan Gabriel, as a guy who didn't deserve the opportunity. He was only getting it because, well, the Browns had exhausted all the other things. He's only here because Jimmy Haslam wants him here. Think about all the ways people talked about Shedeur. And in 6 games, what has he done? He has shown development. He has not succumbed to the situation around him. I know because they were highly competitive against Buffalo a week ago, and they beat the Steelers this week. He's made big plays, and yes, it is fair to say that a fair amount of those were negative, but he beat the Steelers late in the season when everyone should be on Cabo Standard Time.
And when there's like key 4th and 7 plays, Kevin Stefanski, almost called him Stephen Kafansky. How about that?
That's his alter ego.
When there's key 4th down plays, you're throwing to Sal Cannella. Like, can we let that sink in for a second? Like, that's what he's dealing with. A bunch of bad offensive linemen at this point. Zach Zinner was in that game for way, way longer than what the broadcast wanted to recognize, by the way. They got to it late in the 4th. He was in that game for a long time, okay? But, like, your bad offensive line, Harold Fanning gets injured, so, like, the one bright spot as far as a pass catcher on this team is out of the game. You're already dealing in backup running back with backup running back scenarios, and he's moving the football. I don't see what the problem is.
All right, and listen, let's be honest. He wasn't great against Pittsburgh. He also, I don't think he was horrible against Pittsburgh either. Because if you say he's horrible, you're discounting the first half. This is what can be frustrating talking football with anyone, is that if you flip those results, Shedeur looks unplayable in the first half and is dominant in the second half. There are people today, same people crapping on Shedeur right now, are also saying, that's my quarterback.
Well, yeah, he'd get more credit because they'd be like, oh, the light bulb went on or something like that. I also love the other people that are swarming in and almost discrediting it because like now it's been back-to-back weeks where the first drive has looked really good.
Yeah.
So now all of a sudden he can only do it on scripted plays when 3-4 weeks ago it was like, oh, he just comes alive late. Where is he? He's snoozing for the first half. Like, make up your minds, people.
I thought he looked fine, and I don't think you win this game without him. Because he made throws, and again, we can get into the negative. The second interception was you cannot do that in the NFL.
The almost pick by Herbig. That would have changed the game drastically.
Absolutely.
That's a bad throw.
And by the way, that was a result of being late on a decision because he was indecisive with his other reads. That is something that needs to be coached out. And yet, look at that first drive. Look at a multitude of other drives that he kept alive. When the protection failed him, he stepped up into the pocket and delivered a clean ball, or he bailed a little bit. Honestly, even the sack thing. Got sacked twice for -2 yards. So, all right, okay, he didn't fall in the packet.
The one was him working back towards the line, too, by the way.
Yeah.
So, that's just as easily not a sack as it is a sack if it extends out his arms, 6 more inches.
I just think when it comes to Shedeur, we can have a even-handed, fair discussion about what he does, what he doesn't do, what you can coach up, and what you might not be able to. I think those are all fair grounds to have. But when the haters start talking about it, if you've said a positive thing about Shedeur, it becomes, well, you've made him into Steve Young. No one's done that. I have not heard one person on the station say he's the best quarterback in the NFL.
Right.
I've not heard one person. This is a very consistent theme here. He's shown flashes. I like the toughness. I like the heart. He does seem to have sparked this team. And even though wins and losses aren't the biggest way you're going to go ahead and evaluate somebody, he's got twice as many wins as anybody else does on this for the quarterbacks on this roster this year. So you are seeing things, and I think that there's a false narrative out there that in 7 games Shedeur was going to look like the whole team was going to come alive. You were going to win 5 of your last 7 games, guys. That was never going to happen. He and Dylan were put in laughably historically bad scenarios.
You sound like you're making excuses for him. As we constantly get accused of making excuses for him anytime we bring this up.
Well, but no, I mean, it's like,
wild to me.
Yesterday was not a good situation to be in.
It's like talk about reality, and it's like the reality is that nobody's supposed to do anything with that offense that is currently around Shedeur Sanders. Like, it's not. Go through the people that are on that team, especially against a Steelers team where look at the high-paid players on the defensive side of the ball. You're not supposed to look like you can do anything with that. You're not.
But it starts with, well, he can't stay in the pocket. He proves that in 6 games, that he is rapidly developing. Well, but he doesn't throw a good ball. And then you see him pretty consistently
by the way,
throw a good ball.
Even the Fannin touchdown, I saw people ridiculing that one, and it was like, I don't know, did Tony Romo not speak on that television set? He said it was a perfectly placed ball. It's exactly where, as a quarterback, you want to put that. He put that on the other shoulder, away from the safety, and I mean, yeah, it looked a little funny, but like Romo said, it was a perfectly placed ball.
And then it becomes, well, he doesn't win, and then he wins, and somehow that's discredited too. At some point, I'm not going to speak to the Shahaters anymore. And listen, if you're a reasonable Browns fan and you're not sold on Shedeur, I get it. I understand. If you bank on him going into 2026, if you name him the starter going forward and build the entire offseason around him, there is risk. Mm-hmm. Just the same way there is if you bring in Kirk Cousins' old ass. Just in the same way if you take a quarterback with a first-round pick, there is risk. There is no risk-free option going forward here. The question is, can Shedeur stabilize this thing, and how good can you get him with better talent and a full offseason? That's all the question has been. But to discredit him in playing how well he played in the first half, how things did not really go well around him in the second half, even though he was not good enough, and a win, I'm sorry. If you're looking for more than you've seen from Shedeur in the last 6 games, if that's what you were thinking, then you don't know how the league works. Caleb Williams exited last year with people thinking he was a bust, and they should have. He was bad. Cam Ward has had some nice moments. He's had way more, oh my God, he can't play moments. They're first-round quarterbacks, guys taken with the number 1 pick, don't often come out of the first year thinking these guys are winners.
And that's where
it shouldn't be different. The bar shouldn't be higher for Shedeur because he's a 5th-round pick.
That's where I think C.J. Stroud and I think Jaden Daniels hurt the league and the league's assessment of this stuff, is because they were so good so instantaneously, and so then everyone I think just thinks that's the reality. Actually, I watched the new Elway doc on Netflix over the weekend. Good documentary. It was what it was, but like, I mean, he was atrocious all his rookie season, and that is when you talk about like prospects from college to the pros, it is John Elway and Andrew Luck. Those are the 2 guys that have been as foolproof as foolproof scouting gets. He got benched in his first game at halftime. He got benched. Then he got benched later on in the season for 5 games. Like, that's like. Rookie quarterbacks take time. There's development that has to happen, and like I get we want it so quick with these guys, but look all across the league. Like, you see this constantly where it doesn't look perfect. But the fact that you show flashes and the fact that you show something is something you can hang on to.
Yesterday was a good game for Shedeur because he played well enough to win. I know, because they won, and because he was the reason why you were ahead in that game and why Pittsburgh was trying to play catch-up and they couldn't. The offense and Shedeur scoring on that first drive put the defense in a position of power, and then the defense held their own. That's the way this whole thing was set up to win this year. He's won more than I thought he would. His pocket development is actually ahead of where I thought it would be this season, because I didn't think Stefanski would be able to do this, and he's still making big plays for you. That's as much as you could expect, and I'll say it again. He had a good game yesterday. He had a bad half, but he had a good game. Right. He put you in a position to win. You did win, and then you won. That's simple.
Well, and so I do think there are some takeaways from the game outside of it just being what I thought, again, was a good game. I think it's very obvious at this point. With this team in this situation right now, he's got to find a way to have a complete game. Like, that's got to be, if we're moving this to 2026, and hell, maybe this happens next week, but that has been a theme with him, where we have these quarters and a half, where he just kind of goes away. And so that'd be one thing that I think he's got to work on. I think he's got to get better on. He's got these 1 or 2 mental lapses throughout a game that he's got to clean up.
Also, Find me a game in which most quarterbacks play 4 quarters of dominant
It's very hard
football.
to find. Very hard to find.
It's the NFL. If we just forgot, do we not watch other quarterbacks in that journey that they take in 4 quarters?
And you see how football works too, where it's so obvious where you can have long stretches because even still, like even in that third to fourth quarter drive that the Steelers, it was a 10-minute drive. Like when you don't have the ball at all, how are you supposed to put up points? Or when you go 3 and out and then they have an 8-minute drive and then you have 3 and out because your wide receiver doesn't turn up the field and make it a first down, then they go another 6-minute drive. All of a sudden you've gone a quarter and a half without touching the ball.
216-474-0092. Was this a good game or a bad game for Shador? I distinctly remember. Hey, it doesn't matter that Dylan Gabriel was 12 of 18 against Miami and passed up multiple touchdowns. You won, dummy. I distinctly remember that being a conversation. And we got to get to the Stefanski part of Shador's success in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
At Bedford.
peers with more than $500,000 in annual revenue. Qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Wins, got to win, so that's great for the young man. Gets to beat Pittsburgh, gets to beat a division rival, so they're not going to be easy, not in this division, so proud of him for that. There's always things he can clean up. I thought we got a little unlucky on that first interception. We can certainly learn from the second one, and he will, but yeah, he continued to battle.
Kevin Stefanski yesterday after the Browns 13-7 win over the, or 13-6 win over the Pittsburgh Steelers, assessing Shedor's start. Now, you are the supporter of all supporters. Was that a fair? Did you want more from Kevin there? Or did you get what you wanted from him and his analysis?
I'm sorry, I got distracted. I was looking at this video of Mike Tomlin and Shedeur dapping up after the game, and I was just thinking to myself, what an exciting time that would be if the two of them could link up.
No, thank you.
Well, Mike Tomlin's the coach here is the point.
No, thank you.
Oh, no, you're out on Tomlin everywhere.
Yeah, well, I want a coach that's a coward.
Oh, look at him looking at it with the wrinkled face, with the wrinkled brow. You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me.
I want to knock that over. I want a coach that fumbles the division.
You can't look at me the way you looked at me after everything you said to me 3 weeks ago.
I'm sorry.
You can't do that with a straight
I'd like
face.
a coach that wins.
This is insanity to me.
Jonathan, are you pro mediocrity?
You cannot look at me that way.
It sounds like you would like to sign up for mediocrity.
You can't look at me that way.
I just did.
Oh my goodness! I don't even want to do the show right now.
We kind of have to.
That is an insane. Oh, you're just. Oh man.
I'm sorry. I thought you wanted the best for Shedeur.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you're right about that, and the idea that Tom was not the best for Shedeur. There's definitely other things. There's definitely coaches that we can have that are better. I thought it was peculiar though. That was a good dap up right there. Was that satisfactory enough? The Stefanski answer, was that fine enough? Could we play it one more time? Can I hear it one more time? It happened so quickly. I don't know.
And then you got pissed at me because I said the truth about Mike Tomlin.
I got.
With the benefit of new information, Jonathan, am I not allowed to say? And by the way, I said,
no,
didn't I say, to. Jack, did I say I was wrong?
You're allowed to. You admitted to it.
Yeah. I said I was wrong.
This is just
not previously.
This is a something. But
I was wrong that Tomlin was a good coach. I was wrong.
This is a something is all I'm saying.
I thought this was a show that owned our stuff. I thought that's what we did here.
I like it. I got to get used to it. Is the point? I got to get used to the idea when I bring up Tomlin. I don't get scowled at and to act as if like, oh my God, anything he does isn't the greatest.
He's a coward of a coach.
Isn't the greatest thing I've ever seen. I got to get used to this out of you. This is different territory.
He's let Aaron Rodgers ruin the Steelers.
I've been screaming it for years about Tomlin.
You were wrong then, but now we're right.
Now I'm right. All right. Yeah. Can I hear it one more time from Stefanski? It happened so quickly.
He wins, got to win, so that's great for the young man. Gets to beat Pittsburgh, gets to beat a division rival, so they're not going to be easy, not in this division, so proud of him for that. There's always things he can clean up. I thought we got a little unlucky on that first interception. We can certainly learn from the second one, and he will, but yeah, he continued to battle.
That was fine. It wasn't anything like that he directly said that was awesome about Shedeur. As far as platitudes are concerned, that was very basic down the middle, was it not?
I think that's exactly what it was called for yesterday's game, yeah?
Yeah, I have no problem with it, by the way.
And he was fine. I liked it.
For a Stefanski answer, he at least attempted to try to give you something, but he didn't say anything in particular about Shedeur that I thought was very nice. He just kind of said he battled. Everyone knows he battles.
I think he'll learn from that. I like that little spin there. That's a little spin there.
I also like him admitting on the front of it that he didn't think the first interception was Shedeur's fault.
Yeah, I will say Shedeur has been the perfect case for this, of people just pointing to interceptions and just context not mattering. Like the second interception, you can't say it strong enough. Cannot ever happen. And they just can't.
The Herbert one would have been 100% on him too.
Yes. The first one, really, I didn't have a whole lot of problems with. And it's weird that, again, that everything gets tribalized when you try and have that conversation, because I'll say this. I want to say about 65% of Shedeur's interceptions. No, probably closer to 70%. I'm just making up a number. But 70% of his interceptions, I'm completely fine with. They're either situationally they make sense, or he's trying to make a play and somebody didn't come through for him, or it was a freakish play. Like, if right now, if you would have told me 6 weeks ago, hey, 6 weeks into this, about 30% of the turnovers are going to be bad turnovers, I would have signed up for that immediately.
Yeah.
In December, I mean, like, when the team was supposed to be on Cabo Standard Time, like, no, the 6 games has gone as well as I could have expected it to, which is why I think we kind of got to start giving Stefanski more credit. I think I've done it. I think you kind of got to come around to it as well.
I don't know. Here's why I'm reluctant to give him any credit. One, I still have it in my head about how much I have to punish him for wanting Dylan Gabriel over Shedeur. I admit this on the front. That bothers me. It will always bother me. And I don't love the idea that someone could luck into a situation working out in their favor when it's not what their initial plan was. That will always bother me.
Does it bug you with Brock Purdy in San Francisco with Shanahan?
Yes,
because that saved his bacon.
That was not his idea. If in his world he went for Trey Lance, he bet the world on Trey Lance. He stumbled into Brock Purdy. Like that's
consistent.
That's all. Yes, although I don't think it would have cost him his job. By the way, I don't because at that point he'd still have taken Jimmy Garoppolo to the Super Bowl and had been 2 NFC title game appearances in 3 years leading up to that. He had a little bit more grace than I feel like, definitely more grace than Stefanski. But I felt like he could have made that mistake and still had his job. Regardless, the point is that when it comes to Stefanski, here's how I look at it. At any point right now, do I think to myself, if somebody else came in, could they have done as good of a job as Stefanski? Would they have done as good of a job as Stefanski? And moving forward, if they lost Stefanski, would I be crushed for Shedeur, or do I feel like we'd pick up right where we left off? That answer remains, I think we'd pick up right where we left off, and that's where I'm hesitant to give him a bunch of credit. I don't feel like there's something that would be missing from Shedeur if Stefanski isn't there.
So I think it's a great debate. I'd love to be in that building. If like Barry's sticking around and it's Barry, Haslam, all the Haslams really, just the whole team there, half of Tennessee in that room, and a couple of Glenn Cook, Cat Hickman,
that man Cook,
all the folks, and they're having just a very spirited conversation. Is it best for Shedeur if we give him continuity in bringing Kevin back for next year, or can we help Shedeur best by bringing in a new coach? If we had this conversation on Friday or what was it, Tuesday was the last day we hosted together, I probably would have just like vehemently said, you know what, honestly, I think just get Shedeur a new coach. Find somebody who's going to build the offense perfectly for him. But in looking at his pocket development, I know the quarterback coach, both his personal coach and Bill Musgrave. Mm-hmm. They deserve a hand in this. Tommy Rees. Guys, Kevin's spearheading this. Kevin is. And what I've seen from Shedeur in terms of how he's his pocket feel and stepping up, man, there were so many big boy throws. Like put him on the table throws where he's climbing up in the pocket and doing things that Kevin wants him to do. That's a sign that Kevin's invested in him. That's a sign that Kevin is taking coaching Shedeur seriously instead of just doing what I felt he did until about 6 weeks ago, which is not my guy, not my problem, you fix it.
Well,
right?
and we've got worried last week that he went too far in that regard.
Yeah, no, and by the way, I
don't want one game to just completely wipe that away.
And I think it's going to be a balancing act if Kevin's the guy going forward. But some of the pocket stuff, like yesterday I'm watching and I'm like, I think that's Kevin there. I think that's exactly what Kevin wants, and it's what I think coordinators of Kevin's ilk will want in this scenario. Kevin is proving to the rest of the NFL that Shedeur can do what people have said he can't do. I got to give you, if I was willing to give you 2 weeks ago, I think when you and I first got into this, I was willing to give Kevin 5% of this.
And that was my number. My number was 5.
I think I'm to 15 or 20%. I'm really, Shedeur gets a lion's share of the credit. Really well done by Kevin Stefanski, even if it doesn't change my bigger picture thought.
I was going to, again, 15 to 20%, though, doesn't move you off anything big picture. Wouldn't move, if you're making
in 2 weeks?
For me, it wouldn't move off anything.
No. And I think, listen, I think where it matters is, what does this mean to the Browns? Because you and I have already set our opinion. And once you fire somebody, it's really hard. It's not impossible, but it gets really hard to come off that within the season.
Baker was a big thing that they obviously all have to be looking at because that's a lot of their experiences, right? And they were there when they saw Baker go through what turned out to be a million different coordinators and coaches all in a short amount of time, and the damage that can do. I just got to be truthful and call it how I see it, though, guys. You guys know I think the world of Shedeur, but I don't think they look at Shedeur and say, this is going to dictate anything in regards to our head coaching hiring or anything that we do. Because I think they look at Shedeur right now as if he's the 2026 guy, then he's the 2026 guy. But I don't know that they look at him as the end-all, be-all, the way that I think we all hope that he would be.
Oh, I think at the end of this, if you're still on the fence with Kevin, I think number one, with a bullet, in the thing that you're talking about to decide whether you move on together is, what do you think we should do at quarterback, and how do you feel about Shedeur? Because I've seen enough of Shedeur that if Kevin goes, I still don't want to, I'd rather give this back to Dylan. All right, Kevin, thank you for your service. Let's shake some hands here. Go take the Giants job.
That would be really, really not reading the room if that was the case.
Well, no, but I do think this is. I think Shedeur is a huge part of this conversation.
I would say he likes Shedeur and he wants to be with Shedeur because right now that would keep him in his job. I think that the idea.
I don't think Kevin would lie to save his job. I think Kevin is an honest guy. I think if Kevin sees something in Shedeur behind closed doors, I don't think he's afraid to say it.
I think a lot of people would be afraid to say it in that moment. I think you want to keep your job and then you hope for the best moving forward. I don't think
Kevin is that afraid of his job. I think all those reports that say Kevin would have a job and be a prime candidate elsewhere, I think Kevin's aware of that.
Okay, but now we're reading into Kevin's thoughts that we just cannot possibly know. I think people as a whole and people in general would do more so, and maybe Kevin's different than this. I don't know. You tell me. But I think people as a whole, people would say, all right, I'll tell them whatever they want to hear. I want to keep this job. I want to keep this thing going.
I think bad coaches do that. I think Hugh Jackson did that. I think the coaches who fail because of themselves
do that. Still, it might not even be fraudulent. Maybe at this point, after the past couple weeks, maybe Stefanski is starting to buy something into Shedeur as well. There might be something to that.
Are you ready for that?
Am I ready for it? It was never about convincing Stefanski.
No. I mean, for you. If Kevin comes out at the end of the season, Kevin keeps it. Let's play out one of the strands that could happen here.
Okay.
Kevin keeps his job, and Kevin comes out and goes, this kid won me over. He's a heck of a prospect. Can't wait to see what we do in 2026.
Yeah. Am I thrilled about it? No. I don't think Stefanski can do this. That's the problem I have.
What I mean is, that would be more buy-in than he's ever gotten before. And that to me, that would prove Shedeur has earned his trust. I think that's huge.
Well, by the way, that's going to have to be the story that is all throughout, not only the offseason, but leading up to training camp. If they do come back with Stefanski, that's got to be the message. He's got to be the guy that says, I believe in Shedeur unequivocally, and on and on and on it goes. That it can't be anything short of that.
Yeah, but it also has to be true. And I think that's...
He lies all the time to us. What are you talking about?
Well, no. There's a difference between lying to fans in the public and lying internally.
You said at the podium. At the podium, you just mean behind closed doors.
Well, yeah,
but again, behind closed doors, then don't keep them.
Now I'm getting confused. I think we're...
All right, can we reset?
Confused.
We need to reset. Okay.
Right here. Trust you with the nest.
Reset. Go ahead.
Mike Tomlin. Sorry. That was mean. That was dirty pool.
You're going to make me throw things again. Nice drop, Jax.
Kevin has to say publicly what we're talking about. He also has to say it privately. It has to be true. I do think this is weirdly, this has become a pivotal point in whether these guys are going to have success either together or individually. And I think if Kevin, I know you want to keep your job. Understood. Nobody wants to lose their job. You don't have to move the kids. I get all that, the human part of this. Mm-hmm. Kevin also understands he's not been given the quarterback he wants at any point. That's the messaging that's out there. So you have to make an honest call. If Barry and Haslam want to keep Shedeur, you have to ask yourself, do you believe it? And I think with how Shedeur's been coached up, I think I'm seeing evidence. I don't think you see the development if Shedeur doesn't buy into Kevin and if Kevin doesn't buy into Shedeur.
No, but now if we're reading into Kevin, I think he is the type of person that would do his very best with the job that's given. He seems like that type of guy. Even if he didn't believe in Shedeur, he would still put in the hours and the work attached to trying to give Shedeur the best opportunity and give him the chance to have success. Because at the end of the day, he's a coach. He wants the best for people, even if he doesn't believe in them at the end of the day.
216-474-0092. Is it time to give Kevin Stefanski credit for Shedeur? Want to hear from you guys on this. At Nick Wilson Says, at Jay Peterlin on social media as well. And we're going to do better than giving Shedeur credit. Coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
When there's news...
with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
There's only one place for a full recap of practice in Berea. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7, 92.3 The Fan.
Nathan Zagura coming up in about 15 minutes here. Nick and JP back with you on a victory. We're going to ask Nathan in 15 minutes, in the fourth quarter, be honest. Were you rooting for a win or were you rooting for draft position? Because I don't know what he's going to say.
Yeah, you think that one's a real wonderment what he's going to say?
I want to know. I know, listen, the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat. We have had this up now. We've got 450 votes, 91% of people.
Corn emojis.
Drop that corn, y'all, on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. But 91% saying they're rooting for a Browns win.
I believe it.
Is it just that all the real fans are on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel and then people on social media, like Twitter? Are people on Twitter fronting?
Well, I do think it changes it when you say in the fourth quarter. I think that does change the percentages a little bit.
Do you know?
Because then it's there. You have the lead. Everyone knew you had the lead. It's not some pipe dream then at that point. If we had this conversation on Friday, let's say, then I feel like a lot of people had looked at it as like, oh, you're going to be beating this big bad Steelers team as if there's some like 85 Bears type squad. But you'd be like, you're going to beat this team, and then you almost protect your feelings by saying something to the otherwise.
We have a member of the show that was rooting for them to lose.
Oh yeah, who was that? Was that Mac?
That's Mac. Yeah.
He's a draft pick guy?
A draft pick guy.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that are. Like, this is not... that's why the part of this that I find so interesting is that I don't think you're a bad fan if you wanted them to lose for the draft choice. I don't think you're some sort of superior fan if you wanted them to win. I just think everyone enjoy their fandom in different levels in different ways. And I think that's a beautiful thing about sports, that for some people, they prioritize what it means in April, and for other people, they prioritize what it meant for them in the moment and what that carryover could eventually be. It's just different ways to look at it.
I think rooting for your team to lose, especially in a divisional matchup, to me seems like a wannabe radio host move and not like a real fan.
Well, I mean, a wannabe radio host move. That was mean to Mac.
Well, no. I didn't mean specifically to Mac.
I mean, that was mean is all that was.
To me, it's pseudo-intellectualism. It is, I'm embracing analytics, and analytics should say this. Or I'm no. If you're a fan, I just think it makes sense to root for your team to win. And things will, however it's going to, because here's the thing. Oh, I can give you 10 examples on how if you win, it's good for you. And I can give you 10 examples how if you lose, it's good for you. Like this idea of, and what I think is so frustrating about social media is we can't just be like, you can go either way. And neither way could work out as well, by the way.
Okay, but I agree with that, but that's not really the premise that you're offering up either, because you're taking this as if you want the draft picks, you're somehow wrong. But if you laid out what you just said 30 seconds ago, I think the reality sits there more than it sits anywhere, which is I
think there's a difference between football theory and fandom.
No, but I can make a good argument for why, even with your fandom, you could want them to have lost while also making a good argument for why you would have wanted them to win. Like, I think if you lay it out as simple as it's better for the team long term that they lost that game, it's easier to get a better draft pick, and obviously then you can have a better player at number 2 than number 6, and you can take a quarterback, people would look at that and be like, okay, pretty reasonable. Also, if I said something to the effect of, well, no, winning matters because all they do is lose, and the culture is absolute crap, and it stinks, and it has for a million years, and part of that is because they're just accepting of these losses. That's why winning these games, especially a divisional game, matters. I think most people look at that and say, okay, that's also fair too.
One of those is rooted in emotionalism, the here and the now, and one of them's rooted in high-minded, you're removing emotion from the equation, which I think that's antithetical to being a fan. I think emotion is at the core aspect of fandom, and when football analysts look down on that, I'm not saying you're doing that, but when football analysts look down on that, I think what an a-hole. I do. Like when people act like fans are stupid for wanting their team to win, I think that is cynical. I think that is overly high-minded, and I think it's fake.
Some parts of being a fan is the idea that you sit there and you do all these mock drafts and you go through the draft boards and you have all sorts of fun with that. And for some fans, Yeah, but for some
You
fans,
should do that after the season's over and there's nothing to pay attention to.
Even this, within looking at the different matchups and where exactly where you fall if you win or lose the game, all this stuff. I think it's all one part of being a fan.
But doesn't that lead to misery?
Not
like
necessarily.
if you're miserable with the outcome of yesterday, I just wonder what that brings to your life.
Well, I think if they would have lost that game and then you'd have the number 2 overall pick and then you got Dante Moore, let's say, because he's the second best quarterback in that class, I think it's a prolonged understanding of I won't be miserable forever. I'm going to have a new exciting quarterback to go after.
Okay, but then we'll follow down that rabbit hole. When you go down that rabbit hole and that quarterback ends up being Marcus Mariota and not C.J. Stroud.
Sometimes it ends up being C.J. Stroud.
More often than not.
Sometimes it ends up being
not like if we get into like what a hit is, like, okay, if you go to how often do you draft a quarterback in the first round and they become a franchise we're talking top 5 quarterbacks.
We only have top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yes, but they don't change. It's been Joe Burrow, Lamar, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, and I'm probably missing one, but it's been the same 5 guys. And that doesn't mean it can't change, but Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson and Trey Lance, those are more the case of what happens drafting.
And they all come from the same spot, though.
Or
and
Kyler,
you're in that
or
spot.
Daniel Jones, or Tua, guys who start for half a decade, and you go nowhere.
This can obviously flame out. That's a big part of this.
But that's more likely. That's what's not acknowledged.
Yes, it's also more likely every year to not win the Super Bowl. There's 31 teams every year that don't win the Super Bowl. Like that. Like being a sports fan is against the odds to begin with anyway. You are signing up to be miserable way more years than you're signing up to be satisfied and be happy. That is part of it, but that gamble that's attached to, and it's very scratch-off lottery ticket mindset, but the idea of, hey, I can be a crappy organization with a miserable owner, but Joe Burrow 2 years from now can have me in the Super Bowl if I take him and it hits, exists for fans. That's exciting for some fans. Just as exciting as winning a Week 17 game against the Steelers is.
But I think the problem is it's not addressed in the scratch-off lottery ticket scenario that you're pointing. It's addressed like a sure thing. It's addressed like it's your best way to do this, and it's not. There's a million. Dak Prescott was a 4th-round pick. Tom Brady was a 6th-round pick. Brock Purdy was a 7th-round pick.
I don't see it personally addressed that way. I think most fans understand if you take a quarterback, it is as much of a blind luck thing scenario as exists. Because
yesterday,
scouts don't know
people were acting like Fernando Mendoza, missing on Fernando Mendoza was missing on Mahomes.
This is why I'll never give a radio host or anyone flack for being like, I think a quarterback's great if they end up not being great, because these guys can't get it right. Scouts can't get it right. General managers can't get it right.
But I don't think most fans arguing this are saying
this wrong. Well, I guess maybe I live with the understanding that most are, and most are playing with that idea that you are taking a crapshoot and you are taking a guess. I think how they look at it is the idea that what gives me the best percentage chance? Is it taking that quarterback that's the second best quarterback at number 2, or is it taking a quarterback at 25 that's the 3rd best quarterback or the 4th best? And they would argue the one at number 2. And so all you're doing is playing and giving yourself the best percentage chance. That's really all it comes down to.
I think it's become a generalization, and within the generalization, I don't think there's enough assessment that the risk that you're taking is not infallible. You are taking a risk. And by the way, let's paint it to this situation. If Shador fails next year, cool, you're looking for a top 3 pick next year, and you're going to be going for a quarterback. If you get Fernando Mendoza, you could spend 6 years, where the Miami Dolphins have been for the last 6 years, trying to find out if that guy can play, going through multiple head coaches, and having no playoff wins to show from it. That's the more likely scenario than you lucked into Joe Burrow.
For sure, it could happen. It could also happen the way where you end up with Baker, where you had one playoff win in the 4 years, and that's your lot. And but at least you stepped up to the table and you took a swing.
Yeah, but again, taking a swing,
like doing nothing and not drafting a quarterback.
Keeping Shador isn't doing nothing.
No, this is different because of Shador. This is a completely different scenario because of Shador. But in most years, doing nothing is guaranteed to not change your chances of turning it into Joe Burrow.
Well, but I think, again, specific to the Browns, there are not enough people realizing you can stabilize this thing with Shador and truly see where you are. Not risk-free, but acting like missing out. Guys, Fernando Mendoza is Jared Goff. That's a really nice NFL quarterback. I'd like to have Jared Goff as my quarterback, even coming off this last week. I'm not throwing away weeks of my life and years of my life to do it. Dante Moore, hit or miss. Is he Mahomes? I actually think he could be. I think he has top 5 talent. I think the problem is, I'd say he's probably more likely with that lack of experience to probably be a bust. Is that worth it? No. There's not a... I hate generational. I don't think there's somebody worth the fight that we've seen over the last 24 hours on yesterday's loss.
And listen, and that's why there's people like myself that are like, all right, I had no problem with what happened yesterday, because I when it comes to generational, Andrew Luck, Joe Burrow, all those guys, I have no problem losing, and it is what it is. But if there's not a generational guy in there, then there's not a generational guy in there. But I think if this would have been a year where there was one of those guys in there, was a Joe Burrow, wasn't Andrew Luck, I think the firestorm, it would have been child's play what we went through today and what we've gone through in 24 hours.
I still would have rooted for a win. At some point, you just got to enjoy every win. None of us are guaranteed to be here next September and just on the planet. I'm not. And again,
I'm
really
betting
dark
on it.
real quick.
I'm betting on it. I'm
not betting on anything.
I have to bet on that. Yes,
no,
I have to.
I'm betting on the here and the now.
I can't
today.
live my life that 36 is the last year, and I can't. I'm going to be like, I don't know if I'm going to make it to 37.
You should make every day count, Jonathan.
I can't. I can't live that way. I have to. The percentages. Back to the percentages. They tell me I'll be here when I'm 37 years old next year. I can't. You can't live. You can't live that way. You can't live as if I must cherish every win because I don't know if it's going to be my last. You're 40. You're not 70.
By the way, no, this is a general rule for everyone. You should live as if there is no tomorrow, within reason.
No, that's within reason. Thank you. That's
See,
for saying within reason.
I saved it.
Thank you, because I'm like, no, like I plan for my retirement fund for a reason.
That'd be funny, though.
Because I bet on it being there.
See, and I haven't.
If you don't,
that's why I'm going to live to be 100 and working at Walmart till I'm 100, and you'll be dead tomorrow.
That would be a real son of a bee, wouldn't it?
I would be very upset.
More so than me just being dead, because that's not great. But the idea that like. You plan for all this, and then none of it.
Yeah, the worst of it is?
No, it's fine, actually. It would all go to Elise. That's what I want.
Yeah, but then she's going to get remarried, and then some other guy's going to be able to enjoy your retirement.
They'll enjoy it together, okay? Now, what would really make me mad?
The chair.
What would really make me mad is if then Elise passed, and then he had all the money, and then he dropped it down to his kids instead of my kids, and then I was like, oh no.
Might have happened with a family member.
I didn't get the trust right. I didn't do this because I'm 36, not expecting to die tomorrow.
Should have planned ahead.
Hanging on to Browns 4-win seasons.
Nathan Segura, Browns analyst in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is Lima.
I loathe winter. I do so much. God, I hate this weather. My God in heaven, I hope this is coming through on my voice, how much I hate snow. I really do. I just loathe snow, and I just don't understand it. Ooh, wonderful. Like, no, hate it. Hate it all.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, the lead. Ooh, wonderful. Coming up in about 20 minutes there. It is a Browns Victory Monday. And unlike some on this station, unlike some in this town, we're actually celebrating it, because that's what you should do with wins. To talk draft position versus winning, to talk Shador's play, Stefanski with 1 week to go, all the good things. We head out to the fan hotline and welcome on Browns analyst Nathan Zagura on the show now. Nathan, Happy New Year. Happy holidays, buddy.
Mm-hmm. Happy holidays. Happy New Year to you guys as well.
All right, we've been running a poll all show long that I want you to get in here. Heading into the fourth quarter, were you rooting for a Browns win or draft positioning? Be honest, Nathan.
Of course the Browns win. Listen, when you're around the coaches like I am, and you're around the players like I get to be, and you know how hard they work, and you know the injuries that they play through, you don't play this game to be, oh, let's have a good effort but come up short and protect our draft position. They played, as Herm Edwards famously said, you play to win the game. And it's so much nicer to have a Victory Monday. And listen, it's unfortunate that this game didn't mean anything for us postseason-wise, but it did for the Steelers. The Steelers wanted to clinch the AFC North in our building, and that was a playoff game to them. They really felt like that was a must-win. I was talking with their radio team. They felt like that was a must-win game. They did not want any part of having to go home and play the Baltimore Ravens for a win-or-go-home scenario, especially not without DK Metcalf. And that's exactly what's going to happen, because the Browns took care of business and got the job done. So absolutely rooting for a win. It was great to see this team win. It was great to be able to be in the building today, and just the positivity that a win brings. They work way too hard to go and just, be like, oh, well, we got close, so then we looked good, but we still get the good draft position. The draft's going to be the draft. It's going to fall how it's going to fall. There are gems everywhere. Carson Schlesinger wasn't even drafted in the first round, for crying out loud. So I think it's a good thing, and I'll be honest with you, I like the fact that the Browns now, I think that if you're in a 1 or 2, that's great, because I would like to move out of that, because I like what I've seen from Shedeur Sanders, and I'm curious to see what it looks like where he's got the full off season and the full workload to get ready for a season, because I think we've seen him get better every week, and the flashes of good are really good. The next step is sustaining him for 60 minutes and not having the turnovers, but there's enough there to be excited about. So I don't look at it as, oh man, we cost ourselves, a shot at a quarterback. I think we've got a nice young quarterback in Shedeur Sanders.
All right, so asked and answered then. 2026, you want Shedeur week 1.
Yeah, as we sit right now, if there's an obvious upgrade, that's one thing. But if there isn't, absolutely. I like Shedeur Sanders coming out of the draft. You guys know this. Mm-hmm. At the time, I didn't know any of, the interview things or whatever happened in the draft process that caused a guy that, everybody in the world thought was a first, and even those who were detractors thought an early second-round pick. I would have been happy if I'm taking him at 2. You didn't have to, and now he's here, and I think he showed, highest completion percentage. Yes, the interceptions, and one of them was not his fault. One of them was a horrible decision. He knows that, and got lucky on another one, which was he could never throw it late outside of the flat. He did that. Nick Herbig dropped it. But, you look at the throw to Cedric Tillman. You look at the throw flat-footed to give Harold Fannin, and understand this is one-on-one Harold Fannin against a safety who's not really a cover safety in Kyle Duggar. Let's give him a chance. You get a touchdown. The ball to Jerry Jeudy when they showed cover 1, drop into cover 2, and he rips it over Malik Harrison to the back shoulder, keeping him away from Jalen Ramsey, but it's all in rhythm. There's a lot of good that we're seeing from Shedeur Sanders. We need to see it for 60 minutes, and we've got to take better care of the football. But I think that the guy that played against the Rams in the last preseason game, the guy that came in against the Baltimore Ravens, is unrecognizable from the level of quarterback play that you're getting right now.
So I'm glad you said that, because you keep leading us to our next question. I looked at
this is what I do. That's a nice transition for you.
It's like you're a bit of a professional. Where specifically within his game have you seen the most development from Shedeur in the last 6 games?
There's actually quite a few things. Number one, we're not seeing him try to escape out of the back of the pocket and take those bad sacks and run away. I think that he is much calmer in the pocket. He's standing tall in the pocket. He's climbing the pocket and making plays from there. And he's also shown to be significantly more elusive and better at extending plays than I think we saw earlier on. Certainly he had success when he's run the ball. He's done a good job on third downs. And then I think he's recognizing what he's seeing quicker. And that goes back to the one to Jerry Jeudy. That was a big play for me. It doesn't look like much to the stats. I think it was maybe a 13-yard gain, but that was one where it said, okay, they're showing single high. They rotate out of it into two high, and he knows that, okay, this is where I'm going to attack this cover two defense. This is where the hole is, and makes a good anticipatory throw to the middle. We always knew he could get it down the field. I think he's doing a better job anticipating in the intermediate game, and then I think he's doing a much better job of being willing to just take his check downs and keep the ball and make positive plays rather than trying to hold it and make the home run play every time. So I think there's a lot of things, areas where he's improved, and things that kind of say to me that with more time, with more reps, with more experience, he's only going to get better, because when he sees it clearly, and go back to that Tillman play, when he sees it clearly and he's got his feet set and he can stand there and deliver the football, his ball placement is superb. I mean, you could not have put that ball on a tee better to Cedric Tillman.
All right, Steelers' offense was just not good. Obviously, I give a lot of credit to the Browns' defense there, but what was the game plan in your mind? Was it more about Rodgers not being sacked by Myles Garrett than it was them trying to actually score points? What did you make of that discussion?
So I talked about this with Joe Thomas, who I think, certainly is a more insightful opinion than mine, and he is 100% convinced that they were so hyper-focused on not letting Myles Garrett sack Aaron Rodgers that it was a detriment to their offensive performance in this game. And, you look at the stats. So this was the fastest time to throw for Rodgers in a game this year, 2.1 seconds. From a clean pocket, he was throwing the ball in 1.8 seconds. From a clean pocket, 1.8 seconds.
That's insane.
That is outrageous. That's an insane number. That's like, I'm just getting it and let me get rid of this ball as quick, because I think about how much time it takes just to catch and throw it. You know what I mean? So I think that, yes, it's clear to me that was something they were not going to let Myles Garrett get that record. He never sacked Aaron Rodgers. T.J. Watt is a Pittsburgh Steeler and was certainly on the sideline. I just think that was a big part of what they wanted to do. It was even different in terms of the amount of times they chipped him and the amount of times when they didn't chip him, how quick game was, and it was always away from him. That, he really only had a shot maybe in the 2-minute drill. He got close a couple of times. He wasn't even playing wide 9 at times. He was playing wide 13 and trying to run around the horn. It was wild. It was wild to see. The Bills did it, but not quite to this extent, where they were just rolling away from him on almost every play. It was kind of stunning. I mean, I talked to a few people about it, and obviously the Hop would be one who would know, and he said, yeah, that was – everybody game plans for Myles Garrett, right? I mean, everybody does. That's just – he's that dominant. He's the best defensive player in the NFL. But this was on another level, and I think it ultimately went to the detriment. I mean, think about how many big situations where they needed to get plays down the field where all he did was try to throw either a back shoulder or just a go ball on the sideline. He didn't even try to let a play develop, a route develop. He was just like, get it? Okay, I'm throwing this, and we'll see what happens.
Nathan, the defense obviously had a pretty strong game. On top of all of this, Tyson Campbell, got to shout that name out. Carson Schlesinger. Overall, who do you think had the best game on the defensive side of the ball?
I mean, you mentioned a couple. I love Tyson Campbell. I love what he has brought to this football team. This guy with 18 passes defense. He's top 3 in the league there. He's got over 80 tackles as a corner. He is physical. Wow, what a great trade that was to bring him here to the Cleveland Browns. Carson Schlesinger, I mean, you think about the effort that he put forth on one leg, basically. Didn't miss a snap, continues to play at a high level. To me, he is the slam dunk, no doubt, defensive rookie of the year. And then I'm going to shout out Alex Wright. In a game where they were trying to make sure that Myles didn't do anything, Alex Wright had a sack. He had a couple of quarterback hits, which is, under the circumstances, very impressive. He had 2 tackles for a loss as well. He's on his season now, career-high 5.5 sacks, career-high 12 tackles for a loss. And they got a nice contract extension for the Browns that actually, I think by the end of the season, is going to look like a very good deal for the Cleveland Browns. It's a great deal for Alex Wright as well, don't get me wrong. but it's going to look like a good deal for the Cleveland Browns because he is very much an ascending player in that edge role opposite Myles Garrett. So those are guys that all had great games. Devin Bush was flying all over the field, and you could tell this one meant something to him being a former Steeler. He's now got a 100-tackle season this year, which is great. Hasn't had one since his rookie year with the Steelers when they made him the 10th overall pick out of Michigan. There are a lot of guys. I mean, everybody on that defense, I think, played well. When you hold a team down like that, as the Browns did a good job of minimizing the impact of when the interceptions did happen in this game. It was everybody. But Myles basically, even though it doesn't show up in the stat sheet, did the work of 5 people out there. That's how much attention they were paying to him. And then everybody else kind of picked up the pieces, and I thought did a great job. And Shelby Harris as well. Shelby Harris was around Aaron Rodgers with the push up the middle. He gets bear hugged. It was shades of Andre the Giant bear hugging the Hulk Hogan WrestleMania 3 and still bats that ball down on the 4th down. So, yeah, a lot of great effort and performances on that defense.
Nathan, have you ever seen a dumber decision by what the Steelers did at the end of that game to go after Denzel Ward 3 times in a row? Like, what was that?
So, again, I think this goes to, number one, he wanted to get the ball out quick. Number two, even though he hasn't played with him in 4 years, I mean, he's been there for a couple of weeks, but Marquez Valdez-Scantling's a guy that he knows and trusts. I thought they should be trying to go to Freiermuth in that situation, who had made a couple of big plays for him, but I think that's what it was. That's where Valdez-Scantling was. Now, if I'm them, I'd want him on the other side, and Tyson Campbell's played great. But, you know, when you think about this Browns defense right now, the weakness is probably Miles Harden was out, was that nickel slot. They didn't go there at all. They didn't go, and you know, no DK Metcalf is certainly hard for them, but, man, going to Denzel Ward, listen, you go for the Ward, and this is what you're going to get.
Nathan, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you. You've been with us all football season long. It feels great to have a Browns victory Monday here, especially after the win over the Steelers. You're the best, buddy. Happy holidays.
All right. Thanks, guys. Same to you.
Nathan Segura there, Browns analyst on the Fan Hotline. He gave us plenty to react to, which we will do so leading off the lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Cleveland's The Original Steaks and Hoagies is the only guaranteed win this weekend. 4 cheesesteaks, 4 fresh cut fries, and 4 drinks for only $40.
On Westwood One, coming up, it's the Rams at the Falcons. Matthew Stafford and the Rams have clinched a trip to the playoffs. Now they face an Atlanta team looking for a third consecutive win. Join me and Hall of Fame quarterback Kurt Warner for all the action on Monday Night Football.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Back on Afternoon Drive on a Victory Monday. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Let's lead off the lead with Browns analyst Nathan Segura joining us last segment. He broke down how Shedeur Sanders has improved across his first 6 NFL starts.
We're not seeing him try to escape out of the back of the pocket and take those bad sacks and run away. I think that he is much calmer in the pocket. He's standing tall in the pocket. He's climbing the pocket and making plays from there. And he's also shown to be significantly more elusive and better at extending plays than I think we saw earlier on. Certainly he had success when he's run the ball. He's done a good job on third downs. And then I think he's recognizing what he's seeing quicker. And that goes back to the one to Jerry Jeudy. That was a big play for me. It doesn't look like much of the stats. I think it was maybe a 13-yard gain. But that was one where it said, okay, they're showing single high. They rotate out of it into 2 high, and he knows that, okay, this is where I'm going to attack this cover 2 defense. This is where the hole is, and makes a good anticipatory throw to the middle. We always knew he could get it down the field. I think he's doing a better job anticipating in the intermediate game, and then I think he's doing a much better job of being willing to just take his check downs and keep the ball and make positive plays rather than trying to hold it and make the home run play every time. So I think there's a lot of things, areas where he's improved, and things that kind of say to me that with more time, with more reps, with more experience, he's only going to get better, because when he sees it clearly and he's got his feet set and he can stand there and deliver the football, his ball placement is superb.
Yeah, I thought the first half of this game was more what I wanted to see from Shedeur when it comes to that balance of take your free meals, take the checkdowns when they're there, but also be able to stretch the field, be able to throw the ball deep, be able to make big plays, which is what we want you to do. And so I thought this week, at least the first half, was a much better display of that than what we saw last week. Is if they were correcting themselves for last week, they were doing it in the right way.
Yeah, I also think this. He's not going to be a completely different quarterback in 6 games.
Right.
You're looking for, honestly, I think comparative to what I expected, he's grown leaps and bounds quicker than I thought he would. And specifically, climbing up in the pocket, that takes feel. And he's still developing that feel. I mean, we just watched the chase sack that he thought he was going to be able to get out of pressure, and he got sacked right at the line of scrimmage. Mm-hmm. Like, that's something that is, by the way, still not the worst case scenario for plays that he could have made, but that's a scenario where over time he's going to have to improve his feel in that scenario. But you're looking for, does he continue to make adjustments? Does he continue to take to coaching? Does he continue, and can he pair that with all just kind of the natural feel and football knowledge that he has? He's not perfect. No one's saying he's perfect. I as of right now, I would probably put him somewhere between the 20th best quarterback and the 32nd. Because that's where he should be, given where he started this season.
Well, and that's, by the way, typically where most rookie quarterbacks end up at the end of the season.
Yes. So
large number of rookie quarterbacks end up in there.
I'm really excited. Get him an offensive line. Let's coach him up over the next year. I'm excited to see where he can be in September.
Well, so their belief in him is what I'm going to find really interesting this offseason. Like, how much do they attack that offensive line? How much do they add to the wide receiver room? How much changes do they make for trying to be better for this next season relative to 2 seasons from now? And it's going to be really telling as to what they think about Shedeur with what they do or don't address this offseason. And obviously, we'll be keeping track of all that. Scott Petrak of the Chronicle Telegram was on with Baskin and Phelps today. He thinks that it's too early for the Browns to commit to Shedeur for 2026.
I could see if the organization leaned that way, and it's easier if he is. I just don't think you can commit to that right now, given what we've seen from Shedeur Sanders and given the potential options in the draft. Now, I do want to see more Shedeur. I've always thought that he has the potential to be a starting quarterback, and nothing I've seen over these 6 starts has changed my mind. And I think I've seen improvement, and there's good and bad. Yesterday after the first quarter, I'm like, oh my gosh, I think he's making this argument to be the franchise guy. And then things tailed off. I would think that they would have to keep all their options open, see how the draft plays out, and then make a decision. Okay, is it going to be Shedeur? Is he going to be our number 1 guy heading into the offseason or heading into, OTAs or whatever comes after the draft? But I don't think you can just rule out drafting a quarterback this early.
Unless you get a top 2 pick, I think you probably can. And now, in fairness, I listen, we got a couple more rounds of the playoffs to get through. That's probably a fair thing Scott's saying, because a guy like Ty Simpson can change his fortunes here.
Yeah.
Dante Moore can change his fortunes. There are other guys that could be draft eligible that are out there. Totally get that. When it comes to the veteran routes, I've seen enough from Shedeur. I don't want to see Kirk Cousins.
No, there's a new name that got added to the mix that I'd be curious to run by you, though.
Ugh.
You like this guy?
Is it Green Bay?
Yeah, Malik Willis.
So I guess it's not a one
and
for
by the
one.
way, I'm not in camp of this. I'd rather see Shedeur, and I can give you my reason why. But go ahead.
So this is early. I will open the door that I can at least entertain this later in the year. I guess it would be: do I want to pay Shedeur a rookie wage and see if you can grow into him, or do I want to pay Malik Willis, the Justin Fields, the $20 to $25 million, and I'm basically making the same gamble?
Now I gotta look up. Was Malik Willis, because when he got traded, that was like a 7th round pick or so? Was that a 1-year deal? What was the attachment to what was Malik Willis' contract? Do you know that off the top of your head?
Oh, it's his rookie contract.
Oh, that's all it was. That's the final year of his 4-year deal?
This is it.
Okay. Yeah, because I was trying to think if you had to pay anything to Green Bay in order to acquire his services. No. So they're just money. But we're already paying so much financially towards the quarterback spot as is.
Like, you're not paying anything less than $20 million for Malik. I'm not doing it.
I really do think that's going to be around the number. The number should be for him at this point. He's basically shown, and Saturday did a world of help for that. He's shown he's one of the best 32 quarterbacks on planet Earth.
It's Justin Fields, right? It's the same contract.
It's a better
$40
version.
million, 20 guaranteed.
Fields is the right comp. When I watched Willis play, and this was so evident on Saturday, he's everything people thought Justin Fields would be.
Yeah.
Like this is it. He's doing and making the plays that you wanted Fields to be making, and he's doing it at a very high level. I don't know that the comp is going to be exactly the same, because I don't think he'd get a 2-year deal. But maybe you're right. Maybe you're right on the money with that. Maybe it's exactly the same as what they gave Justin Fields. $20 million a year, 2 years, $40 million.
So I think
I don't want to pay that, by the way, if I'm the Browns.
I think Shedeur has a higher ceiling than Malik, even though Malik is an electric runner, and that you can't give him enough credit for that. But I think the floors are the same. If either guy doesn't work out,
and the Packers
you're picking a top 3 pick.
They cannot afford this, by the way.
Yes.
I mean, they're paying Jordan Love $50+ million. Like the Jordan Love contract enough is hampering them as is. They can't keep going down this road. It's going to be. It's an interesting. And by the way, if the convo is Malik Willis or Kirk Cousins, you know where I side on that as well. But it shouldn't
Anybody
be either
but
one of them.
Kirk Cousins.
Either one of them
ABC.
shouldn't be. ABC.
Yeah, anybody but Cousins. That's a little Ken Silverstein bit for those that remember. Saturdays, 8 a.m. Little Jackson 5.
I was thinking always be closing.
That too.
That one as well.
That was also a Ken Silverstein bit. He created that, and then they put it in Kevin Stefanski, almost said Ken Stefanski, different guy. Kevin Stefanski spoke with the media today, and he was asked if he wishes to be here as the Browns head coach beyond the season.
Yeah, as you can imagine, my sole focus is on this game versus Cincinnati, but I also would tell you I'm privileged to have this job.
Well, there we go. And he'd be privileged to have a new job, too, by the way. Something tells me he'd be really privileged to be the Giants head coach just the same.
Yeah,
what a lame answer.
He's not going to get the genuine answer there.
No, he just didn't want to do it.
What I will say is, I think, and again, you and I feel differently about this because we fired Kevin Stefanski several times many years ago, and many weeks ago. Last week. 2 weeks. No, it's 2 weeks ago.
We just continue to fire him.
I fired him on the spot and said I don't need to see the rest of the year.
I'm out of pink slips.
Now,
they only gave me so many.
If what was thought to be true about how the Browns are evaluating this, which is they want to take everything into account, how you play at the end of the season, what does the overall thing look like, how is Shedeur developing, I think the last 2 weeks are very good for Kevin Stefanski. I think Shedeur's continue to show a development, and I think you won a game that people didn't think you were going to win. I think the last 2 weeks have been good, and if Jimmy's really keeping an open mind, he should look at the last 2 weeks favorably, even if you and I don't necessarily. It doesn't move the needle for us.
Does the Steelers win count as 2 wins for old Kevin Stefanski? Are we at 5?
Ooh.
Are we really not at 4? Are we at 5?
5 wins Stefanski.
You know what they say? 2 wins. It's double. It's worth double when you beat the Steelers or the Ravens. That's why it wasn't a 3-win season last year. We actually did win 5 games.
That's true.
Because you beat the Ravens and the Steelers. That's how that works.
But that's still the math applies. It doesn't convert. Jimmy wanted more than 3 wins. Jimmy got more than 3 wins.
Jimmy did get more than 3. This was one of the better Stefanski games. I've been very angry at Stefanski at the end of these games. I love the emotion that he showed on the sidelines. I love the idea that every cut, it felt like when they were going to him, he was as fired up as anybody for this. The players were obviously playing hard, which should just be like the bare minimum, but it felt like it wasn't in that Chicago game at all. But he didn't make any dumb decisions. Even like the 4th and 7. I know people got on him for the 4th and 7.
I did not.
I didn't either. Like if you go up, if you score on that drive, you're up 17-3. That's ball game.
Yep.
Like that's it. That's blouses. And I think he was going for the kill in that moment. I didn't hate it. Now I hated the play call.
Yeah, no.
Sal Cannella can't be the call in that scenario. Like in any situation.
And in fairness, not a great throw by Shedeur.
No.
Shedeur tried to put it right in the breadbasket there. He missed Cannella by a yard.
7, let's put the stones on the table call shouldn't be dead before you even snap. But like that's again, like there was a lot there for Shedeur or for Stefanski, that I did enjoy. Myles Garrett still a sack away from breaking the single season record. He was asked post game about the Steelers' game plan against him.
Of course, they're going to throw even quicker when I'm lined up, on that side. They had a chipper there, sometimes 2 chippers, and through getting out quick, sometimes they were rolling away. They're doing a little bit of everything, and I kind of come to expect that. I know they didn't want me to be the one to break it against them. To an extent, I feel like they were more worried about keeping me away from Aaron than getting the win, and I think that's what came back to bite them. So they'll have to fight it out with Baltimore next week, but I'm just proud of the guys for fighting and getting this win. That's the main thing, and I'm always going to keep it that.
I don't care if they were wanting to keep Aaron healthy for a playoff run, and that's why they self-destructed over Myles Garrett. I don't care if it was trying to keep the record away from Myles. I don't care if it's just Myles getting more sacks is antithetical to you winning. You were so afraid of Myles, you played yourself out of this game. Aaron Rodgers, being 20 years into the NFL, situational football is where that guy excels. It's the one place you can guarantee he's not going to melt down. He messed himself up and down on 3rd downs and 4th downs. He completely short-circuited, and I lost a lot of respect for Aaron Rodgers for how cowardly he played. And Mike Tomlin lost. He lost the game. Might have lost the division. I think they put too much into we got to stop Myles no matter what the reason was.
I can't believe that they would sit there and put the priority of stopping Myles Garrett over a must-win game, but it's apparent that's what happened for them in this game, and I just think that's wild. Be an adult, put your foot down, and say we got to go win this game. Who cares about what the sack record is or isn't? And they never did that.
You're the Steelers.
It's wild to me.
Would you act like you're the damn Steelers?
I just can't. That is acting like the Steelers. Falling apart at the end of the season and losing these type of games is like that is their chef's kiss. If there is a signature that they have, it's that game. A game they're supposed to win in a game that matters at the end of the season, and they just drip all down their leg.
If this was professional wrestling, there would be a contract that says loser leaves town for week 18, meaning whichever head coach fumbles the division week 18, they automatically lose their job. That would be if I could take something from pro wrestling and bring it into the NFL. Coach loser leaves town matches I would have in situations just like this.
When they did that in wrestling, did they just move to TNT or something instead?
It depends. Sometimes they just left the territory. Sometimes they went to like Flair did that in going from WCW to WWF. I think he did the same thing going
was that
back.
just an easy way to get him out of a contract with the WWF?
Oh, no, the contract's already done. So it's just a way to write them off the TV.
Yeah, okay, it's the way to get rid of. What a genius idea that is.
But also, they've done it where
that
fake
is smart,
swerve.
though, because everything's scripted, as we know. So, you can make it, but it's all right, your contract's up. You do a loser leave town, you lose, and then we act as if we kicked you out of there.
Yeah, but they've also done it where it's a swerve, where the guy comes back 3 months later and is like, I never really left. And then you get a DDT. It's not my favorite move. I like loser leaves town, and then that Joker's out.
The agents just got the deal done at the last second, and then it's no, I didn't leave.
No, I left, but now I'm back, baby.
So now it's you can just leave whenever. It's not a real loser leaves town match then.
No, it's not legally binding. No,
that's unfortunate.
No,
yeah, I want to kick him out,
but I kind of want to do this in the NFL.
Yeah, I'd love it.
We could do a lot of different stipulations.
Who are you hoping loses their job more, Harbaugh or Tomlin?
That's tough because I want Harbaugh more as my head coach if you fire Stefanski, but Tomlin firing and then them falling apart, I would love the Steelers to have a 20-year run of misery.
Because whoever the Steelers,
that would be very erotic for me.
Whoever the Steelers hire, they're going to get a good coach because it comes with the idea they get to be the coach for 20 years. But you're not.
Doesn't mean he's going to be good.
They're in a miserable spot. There's bloated contracts everywhere in that roster. They don't have the money to pay a lot of people. They don't have a quarterback. Like, they are in. That's a really awful spot to be in.
Their fan base is inbred.
Meanwhile, if you're the Ravens, put a new head coach in there. Lamar still probably win a lot of games.
Oh, yeah. If you said right now, whose job would I rather have? I'd rather take the risk of losing my job in 10 years for the Ravens, but maybe winning a Super Bowl with Lamar, than the Steelers thing.
Yeah, there's a chance you go to the Ravens and actually end up with a much better set of circumstances and win where Harbaugh couldn't.
I think it's time.
In Harbaugh, with Lamar, that is.
That's the lead, by the way. I think it's time. I think we have something that is going to bring the supporters, the Shahaters, and Browns fans all together. Get ready for this in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Dustin Fox here with Dr. Bob Zanotti from the Center for Orthopedics. I want to talk about ankle sprains today. They're very common in sports. Can you tell us a little bit about those?
Most ankle sprains involve turning, twisting, or causing ligamentous stretching, followed
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Jax is out of pocket.
Always is. And as always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a very honest show, Jax. We require honesty amongst ourselves.
Being 100% honest.
You can say that all you want.
Well, honestly, why don't you just tell the people what it's in reference to?
Yeah. Well, it was about Mac Robinson.
Fair honesty.
Wanting draft position instead of winning yesterday and where Jax fell with that. Now,
yeah.
Can we get trust tree with the nest? Let's do this.
Yeah.
Have Romo and Nance always been this bad?
There were a couple things in this. Yes, the easy answer is yes, they have, and it happens during Browns games in particular. Remember the Browns game? Was it 3 or 4 years ago where they went through? It was a Browns-Bengals game, and then they had confused players. They had forgotten about like what the actual the whole game was just a bumbling mess to the point where Romo after the game had to come out and be like, "Yeah, that wasn't our best effort, was it?"
So I'm used to Romo being bad, like on the 3rd and 6 play where he said, and I'm being very. He was like, man, if Aaron hadn't gotten rid of that, would have been a sack. As we all saw Myles Garrett a half second away from getting. I'm used to that.
He did that great impression of Gene Steratore when Gene didn't show up to the mic. It's like that's what you pay $17 million a year for?
Also,
like that's what this is?
Can we all agree? Gene Steratore was having a sandwich.
Yeah, I mean, something was happening.
And they threw to him, and they're like, Gene, and he was like, we got to put down the mustard.
Oddly enough, and we can get back to more of like the calls and things you didn't like from the calls, but like the idea that usually when you watch these games, if you're also playing along on Twitter and you're reading people and you're seeing all the notes that are happening as they're going on, you see like, oh, Zach Zinner is now in the game. And then all of a sudden it pops up and Tracy Wolfson comes on and she's like, Zach Zinner now in the game. They were like a quarter behind on all the major updates.
Yeah.
Like all of them. And they were highlighting it as like, Zach Zinner is now in the game. It's like, he's been in the game.
Yeah.
He's existed in this game. This is not a brand new thing. And it's not, and they're speaking as if it was just for that drive. And it's like, Tony, what are you talking about?
Also, this is where Tony was just espousing an opinion, and it was his own opinion. So I'm attacking his opinion, not the job he did in delivering it. You got to get Carson Schlesinger out of there. You are talking out your ass, Tony Romo. That was all-time gutsy, dig down, play the game, be the middle linebacker. And let's not forget, that kid's playing with a bum ankle. Remember when, I think it was coming off the Jets game, where we thought he was going to be out, or going into the Jets game.
The Patriots game.
We thought he was going to be out for 4 to 6 weeks.
It was off the bye week going into the Patriots game.
And the kid has played since, been dominant. And he's in that game very clearly one-legged and making plays. And Tony goes... They throw over the top, and because he didn't leap 6 feet into the air and intercept the pass, Tony's like, you got to get him out of there.
Well, then
are you a football player or not, bro?
He built this whole narrative about how you then have to attack Schlesinger because he's clearly injured and he's not doing this right, and he's a step behind, and it's like, I don't know what you're really watching here, man.
Now... That's kind of what I'm used to. Tony, I think, is just not very good anymore.
I just think the two of them, like Nance has always been one of my favorite play-by-play guys. So like I'll tread carefully and I protect him because he's always been one of my favorites.
Cleveland's own.
Well, I think his in-laws are the Cleveland part of this. It's an Archuleta situation.
Own.
It's an Archuleta situation.
But a better Archuleta situation.
The in-laws are the ones that are actually from here. But I've always loved Nance. I always have. I've told you before, when my dad passed away, for instance, I read Jim Nance's book, and that was like a really inspiring book for me in that moment. His relationship with his dad and everything. It was like the perfect thing I needed at that time. So I have a soft spot for Jim, okay? And all the Masters calls and everything like that. But when he gives up on a game, he really gives up on a game. And yesterday... neither one of them wanted to be there doing that.
He said that the Rodgers sack fumble was Rodgers trying to avoid the sack when it was very apparently a fumble in real time. And I thought I will no longer ever believe any play-by-play guy when they say that they don't rehearse and practice and write script for when a big historical moment.
Nance does. He's admitted to that. Even like his Masters calls, he thinks of and writes the night prior.
When Alex Wright got the sack, And
he totally got duped.
Miles, you hear Nance in his voice. He was like, and that is a sack by Alex Wright.
He got duped. The fans got duped too, though. In all fairness, I think the fans got duped.
They saw 90-something, and they just lost their mind.
Me watching at home, I don't know if you had the same thought I had, but like I was watching Miles every play.
Yeah.
I was like, I know where Miles is. I don't know what everyone's getting excited about. But then you think, you're like, all right, people are getting excited. What's going on? No, Nance has admitted, though, he writes those out ahead of time. And actually, that is one thing I feel like we're robbed of, because I do want to know what that call was, because that was not going to be an on-the-moment or spur-of-the-moment thing. That was going to be something he thought of and wrote down and had ready to go. Now, that's a great Jim Nance follow-up question, if he'd ever release what he had thought of for that.
Oh, now I want to know.
I want to know really badly. Because, like, he's, again, every Masters until the end of time, he has, on the night prior, come up with 8 different ones for the 8 guys that could win it and ready to go. Like, he had that written out.
Specific to the Browns winning over the Steelers, do you consider that a culture win?
I don't. Am I going to do a Ross Tucker? We need our culture pills here now.
I would like some culture pills.
You want to take some culture pills? I don't know how long it lasts for. I don't know that next year in Week 5 they'll be looking back on what happened in the Steelers game. I don't know if that's true. It also might be affecting culture for a lot of guys that aren't even here. In particular, Kevin Stefanski. But I think that win mattered a great deal to someone like Kevin Stefanski. That is inarguable.
I think that win shows that the team hadn't given up. And by the way, in fairness, I thought the Buffalo loss showed the same thing. They bounced back from the Bears' embarrassment. That is impressive. It's not and no longer. I saw people yesterday referring to the game again, the meaningless win, as a moral victory. And my thought was, it can't be a moral victory if it's actually a victory, you jag.
Yeah, like there is something concrete to this. It is a win.
I think the idea of a culture win, meaning that now the Browns have 5% more culture pills, I think is the great distraction of the real conversation today. Because to me, culture win means nothing. Culture win is the kind of thing that happens. Like, to me, culture is the most talked about, least understood thing. Because it's not a specific, it's like analytics. It's everything and it's nothing. And culture in singular bursts or singular moments is not really a thing unless you have it over a long time.
It's very fleeting is what you're getting at.
Well, it's fleeting, but the only real permanence for culture is when a guy has been somewhere or when an organization has been together for a certain amount of time and they've accomplished so much. Like at some point, New England, the Patriot Way was a real thing because you just had so much success that there sat a really high ceiling for what you did.
Even then, that also turned sideways to a point where you can talk about one of the greatest teams and all they accomplished, but they couldn't accomplish the battle of why is Alex Guerrero pushing TB12 product to everyone and trying to be on the plane.
Well,
and this popped up last year with the Eagles too. The Eagles were one of those problematic teams I've ever seen that ended up winning a Super Bowl.
Well, but like I think all of these things can fit into the conversation, meaning the Eagles can, I think, succeed because of their dysfunction, and other organizations can't. And I think we try to make, well, okay, this is because the NFL's big groupthink, and it's what annoys me. It's why the hope machine bugs me on some level. It's like, wow, God, we just want to be like the Steelers. Every time you chase an organization and want to be like this organization, the next great organization is already being birthed somewhere else. But to the idea of culture, like, I don't care. Like, the idea that this win has to mean something a year from now, and if it doesn't, then it's meaningless, is crap. Because it matters to Stefanski, it matters to Shador, it matters to guys like Luke Whippler, and it matters to a guy like Carson Schlesinger. Are you telling me that Carson Schlesinger didn't earn some respect in that locker room for how he played yesterday? Same thing with Tyson Campbell, trying to establish himself in a new locker room. You telling me there aren't guys today popping their chest a little harder because they're playing next to Tyson Campbell? That doesn't mean it's going that week one you've now got a 5% chance better of winning. I think I really think some of that stuff
though. Some of that stuff still would have existed even if they had lost the game. Like if they had lost that game, Schlesinger's respect level still would have been through the roof today.
Yeah, but
same thing with Campbell.
I do think playing that way in a win is. I think matters more. I don't know that it matters more culturally, but do I think that has more resonance in that locker room? Yes, at least immediately, at least now heading into Cincinnati.
And I know, but I think that's where a lot of people then the convo falls short, is because it isn't a long lasting thing. For the most part, it is. It's very quick, and then it comes like a comet in the sky, and then it disappears and it's gone.
But it can be if Shedor's here. It can be if this is part of why they keep Stefanski. Like, you can build, even though momentum isn't real, even though culture is overstated and misunderstood perpetually. If this leads to more continuity, then on some level, however you define it, whether you want to call it a culture win or whatever, there is something meaningful that happened yesterday beyond fans felt good for 3 hours and players didn't feel like crap for yet another Sunday here. Like, there has to be some give and take between the extremes here of yesterday meant everything and yesterday meant nothing. Most wins mean something, right? And not every win means everything. I get that. But to just kind of snarkily dismiss out of hand what yesterday meant, and that you didn't do it, I didn't do it, no. I don't think most people have done it, but to me, again, that speaks to cynicism, that speaks to snarky know-it-allism that has nothing to do with actually talking about where the Browns are and where they're going.
I do wonder if the win will matter more if it actually does, if the Ravens finish the job on Sunday, because then you will get to have that effect within the locker room of you stopping somebody else's season. That always makes you feel good.
How do you explain the Browns' win over the Steelers? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
catch tonight's preview show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin on a Browns Victory Monday here. And I have something that I think is going to cheer you up a little bit.
Oh, good. I need a nice cheer up, a nice
listen,
pick me up, whatever you want to call it.
We've had the Shador Wars today, right? We fought them.
Have we?
Well, I mean, you and I haven't warred, but judging by comments on social media, I think they have.
Oh, really? Well, I mean, social media, they get after it every day. So that's a never-ending cycle of just constantly getting after it.
So I had to get this approved by management. But I saw something on Instagram that I thought, this is from the 4 o'clock hour. Jax, we're going to play it earlier, and we never got to it. I saw something that I think is going to lift all the spirits out there. If you're feeling a little down, right, because the Browns didn't get the number 2 pick yesterday.
Are you going to play for me the Panthers If I Had a $150,000 Guy song?
No. Have
you heard that guy?
No, I haven't.
I love that guy. When your Carolina Panthers guys aren't all about this guy?
You're not talking about Ked Woodley, are you?
That's not his name.
Carolina Panthers with sharp teeth and claws.
No, that's not him. No.
He does a growl that goes...
No. It's this other guy that just goes in this whole thing about if I had $150,000 and then realizes he couldn't buy the Panthers. Yeah. But every song ends with basically a version of Go Panthers. Huh. Kind of not too dissimilar, but like actually in a groove from the Colts guy. Have you heard the Colts guy?
Yeah, that Colts guy. He's making money. Good for him.
That guy that's a different guy.
Yeah, that's a fella.
But
that's
the
Panthers,
a guy with
a person.
The Panthers guy is actually like sings to the groove of it all. But the song
when did he start doing this?
It's been for like 8 weeks. I have no idea how you haven't seen this.
No, I don't talk to my Charlotte people as much anymore.
They might. I mean, I don't know. He gets like honored before the games. He's doing all sorts of stuff with them.
He's pounding the drum out there.
Well, he's a sellout now. He's a corporate sellout, is what he is.
Of course he is.
And I don't blame him.
Tepper's dirty money.
I don't blame him.
No. I saw this, and this was from Logan Bruce Music on Instagram.
Great.
He was so moved by the Browns' win over the Steelers that he wrote what I would say is a heartfelt tribute. Now, we can only play so much of this. But again, Logan Bruce Music on IG if you guys want to see the full thing. I think as a Shadorian or I can't remember what the other ones are.
Shadorian sounds like a Star Wars thing. I don't know that I love that.
I kind of actually like it more now that you said that. A supporter, I think you're going to love this song.
We're 4 and 12, but we still stuck it to ya.
Yeah, you did.
Pittsburgh sucks, they'll say we do too. So tell us all, how'd you lose? Oh, that's right, because of Shador Sanders. Shador Sanders.
Come on now.
The altar boy in me is loving this.
Right?
Shador Sanders, please be the answer.
Should probably clarify, I was the altar boy I'm talking about there.
I think we knew.
I hope so. It's poor phrasing.
Yeah, it was not great.
It was poor phrasing.
It's not great.
Really bad phrasing.
Now, his phrasing
gotta be
pretty
careful
strong.
when you're singing Hallelujah and talking about church stuff. You got to be really careful there.
Hey, you got called out a couple weeks ago.
You specify exactly. Well,
you sang the song, and that guy's like, "You're not making fun of Jesus," and I'm like, "We're Christians, dude. Chill."
Hey, I earned this.
Yeah.
We earned this.
You got receipts.
The amount of mass I went to, I earned this.
So come on now.
12 years of Catholic school. What are we talking about?
I think Logan's got to start making songs all across the way.
Okay. Now can we get something more upbeat?
Well, yeah. I mean, this is
that sounded like I expect them to play that when I'm being laid down to rest.
I would get because it's a loving. It's
right after you pour one out for me because I die, and that's when you say that sentence.
Like 3 weeks from now. I mean, well, remember,
I'm dying in 3 weeks.
Oh, you want to live to be 80? Come on now.
Well, I'm not acting as if this year's my last.
Yeah, you don't act that way, but you maybe should.
No.
No.
Why'd you make me Tito?
You did it. I didn't make you Tito.
Why am I Terry Francona?
Wait. See, this is the moving goalposts.
What?
This is the thing we talked about with Shador the whole time.
You just accepted the idea that I shouldn't be acting that way when you tried making a hard case stance that I should be acting as if this is my last year on planet Earth.
I was talking about the Shador Sanders song.
Oh, well,
can we get a little up tempo? You want some Bruno Mars?
I do. I want something a little bit. Yeah, they're in the world of so many fan fiction. Everyone's cosplaying as some great artist to go ahead and rip off a song. They're usually more upbeat than Hallelujah.
Yeah. So you're telling me my guy Logan Bruce is an original?
No, very original. Well,
yeah.
I mean.
But
semi-original, but the point is,
by parroting, I understand what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? But you want to bring me some Uptown Funk to tell me how Shador Sanders is awesome.
Wouldn't that be the hack move?
Yeah, it's all hack. You're doing parodies.
I don't think all parodies are hack. Are you saying Weird Al's hack? Because you think the Christians were mad at you. Wait till you upset the Weird Al people.
I think it's creative. I love parodies. I think it's creative.
It doesn't sound like you just call all parodies
I've always
hack.
loved parodies, but at the heart of a parody is a hack.
How is it a hack?
That's what that. Well, you're taking somebody else's music and then you're turning it into
creativity.
Your own version of your own anything.
That's real creativity. A parody, like a good parody, takes artistry.
I'm not denying that.
It seems
there's a semblance of hack involved in it, isn't there? I like Weird Al, but like at the heart of Weird Al is hack. But he swerves into that.
But that's kind of part of the gimmick.
Part of Carrot Top is hack. It's not like that's part of the idea.
He's just a hack. Well, that's totally different. Yeah, he's not trying to be a hack. He's just a hack. Weird Al's trying to be a hack while doing something
Weird
fun.
Al's the greatest of all time at it, and even within Weird Al, within spaces, and only because it's Weird Al does he get the respect. But no one listens to a parody song and is like, "Geez, get this one up for a Grammy." Why isn't this one up on a Billboard 100?
A musical supremacist in our mix.
I mean, am I wrong there, Jax? Am I wrong there? I feel like I'm making at least some sense here.
I see what you're saying, but
Jax can't get on board. Oh man,
what happened?
Jax is bailing on you.
He's trying to bully me into this convo, and you're just taking the bait.
I think you're bullying yourself.
Not really.
I think you're taking a lot of shots at the parody community.
Not a shot. I just wanted a more upbeat song.
No. Then they called the whole industry hack.
No. You asked if I thought they were hack, and then I have to be honest about it. I'm not going to lie. I didn't offer up the hack part. You asked me if I thought they were hack.
You used the word hack, and then I did the logical discourse, which is I think you're calling this hack.
No, you asked if I thought it was hack.
Jax, who said the word hack
I won't
first?
lie to the people. You did. You did. 100% you did.
Jax has very faulty memory. He's young. I think he's got a developmental issue.
You baited me into calling the whole community a bunch of hacks is all this is, and that's fine.
I baited you, but you said
fine.
it.
But when you try to get my pure thoughts on it, I can't run from them. This is why I'm the truth broker on this show. I can't run from what's honestly in my heart.
I think it's because you said I'm the truth broker on the show. I think that's why you're the truth broker on the show.
Do I think at the end of the day that you're some sort of awesome artist because of a parody? No, I don't. Do I think you're Bruce Springsteen because of that? No, I don't.
I will say, I think it's less.
But do I think it's creative? Sure, I love it.
I think it's less hack.
I can't do it
because it's understated. He didn't go the Michael Jackson beat it, right? He didn't go. What's a popular song now? Because I don't know.
I like Shador. Obviously, I grew up in the Catholic Church for a very long time, so I get the music attached to it all. But like, snooze fest put me to sleep a little bit quicker.
You know, the guy who wrote that is not a Catholic.
That's fine.
He's Jewish.
Jesus isn't a Catholic either. What's your point?
Getting very spicy
got him
over there.
Got him there, Jax. Do I not? Got him there. Told my kid this. I told my kid this Christmas. I said, lucky for you, you're Jewish and you celebrate Christmas. So like, you get to look up to one of the all-time great Jews. We got a lot of bases covered.
So did Shador get a pass because of the second half, or does he get a pass for the second half because of the win? It's just the first question I could find on our sheet here.
Yeah.
Seemed like the one to go to because we just played Shador Sanders and then
I don't
with the trust tree.
I don't think he gets a pass, but I do think you have to put it in proper context, right?
Oh, I think he gets a pass. Yeah, they won. The interceptions, as bad as they were, didn't lead to points for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I guess, what do you mean by pass? Do you mean, am I, because I'm not looking at it as a bad game. I think the people that want to pass are people that are saying in totality it was a bad game, but I don't think it was a bad game.
Okay, yeah, then we agree.
I think we have all day long on this.
I know. Well, I didn't know, but I mean, like, Now that we've said it, now I know.
Hallelujah.
216-474-0092. I just really wanted to play that song because it was really funny.
We did play it.
And then we kind of just went everywhere with it.
Yeah, we did.
Does Shedeur get a pass for the second half because of the win? Now, it's fine if you say, by the way, he doesn't get a pass in this valuation. I still think there's more positive than negative. Like I really, if you look at Shedeur and you just say he's this many interceptions, or you want to throw up the EPA in his face, all right. I don't know that you came to this with a genuine mind when it came to Shedeur.
Yeah, I think that's kind of been one of the bothersome parts of this. But also I do want to give a lot of leeway to the people that are still yet to make up their mind on this too. Like I get it. If you're sitting out there and you're like, geez, I wanted Shedeur to come in, and by the way, unfair expectations, but you wanted Shedeur to come in and make it unequivocal, and then you say, all right, well, you didn't do that for me, but I want to see what this final game is, and then I want to see who the coaching staff is, everything else. Like I understand that. It's a very fair, reasonable take. It's not where I'm at. I want to see him in 2026, but it's very fair to look and see what he's done and say that.
I think if you are a Shedeur fan who would like Shedeur to be the starter for 2026, I think you should start hoping Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry stay.
Oh, you think that gives him the highest chance?
Yeah, I do. I think we've seen a buy-in from Kevin and a job well done enough from Kevin that I think, like, I listen, if you give Kevin the opportunity to get Kirk Cousins, I think he's probably still going to take Kirk Cousins, which is problematic. But do I think if you go, hey, we're either going to take Shedeur or take a quarterback in the first round of the draft, right now, if you're Kevin, I think you roll with Shedeur.
Well, and there is the idea that a new GM, new head coach would come in here, and then they look at 5 or 6, wherever you end up drafting, and say, well, we have 2 picks to go ahead and trade up for Dante Moore. And where I don't think Barry and Stefanski are doing that.
I'm also a little concerned, because somebody would be coming in mid-rebuild, because this is year 1 of a rebuild. I don't know how long it's going to take, but if this is year 1 of a rebuild, last year you weren't purposefully being bad, you just got bad. You just were bad. But like this year, okay, you played the kids, you learned a lot of stuff, so on and so forth. I don't know I like rebooting the whole thing. This is where I think Daryl's wrong. Daryl was with us at 320. He's like, yeah, if Stefanski goes, so does Barry. No, I think you have to have more thought to that. Because I don't know because the initial thing they'll do is undo some of the rebuilding you just did.
Yeah, they can come in here and just basically lay TNT on the ground and blow it all up. They don't have to think about it because they won't have the same perspective that you had on it as if you're Andrew Berry. Like whatever that vision is that he's trying to play out, they're likely not going to have.
I'm glad we got back on the same page because your attacks on parody and the whole industry were really, really upsetting. But now we're back with the trust tree with the nest.
I'm sorry they were upsetting to you. I like parodies. That's the weird thing about this.
Doesn't seem
I
like it do.
I like a parody.
Ooh, Paul M. saying, I caught the tail end of you calling Weird Al a hack, and you were incorrect, Jonathan.
No, I said people love Weird Al.
Weird Al, but that's not saying he's not a hack.
I like Weird Al. He's very creative, but do people think Weird Al is like... People love Weird Al. I'm just going to stop there. He's got a lot of defenders.
Hasn't Weird Al also won a Grammy?
He might have.
I believe he's won multiple.
But
Grammys.
like in the pantheon of parody people, like he lives above everyone else for a reason because he's the unequivocal GOAT at that. Everyone else
still a bit of a hack.
Everyone else, right? Wow, that's an incredible thing for you to say.
No. Do you agree? Because you think all parody is hack.
I don't think all parody is hack. I think if you put them in a subset, I think they'd fall closer to hack than anything else, though.
Feels like you just want to say it, but you don't want to say it because you don't want the Weird Al people mad at you.
I like Weird Al. That's why I don't want the Weird Al people mad at me, is I like Weird Al. And I like parodies. We've gone over this. We've established this.
I don't think we have.
You want me to I don't know what you want from me out of this.
I think you've given me what
you're making it weird for just insistence.
I think Al's making it weird. I'm just simply just trying to level. Let's lay this down for how it should be.
I like parody. I like Weird Al. I don't really invest too much time thinking about it outside of that.
But you do think
like when that Panthers guy pops up on my TikTok. Hack. Sometimes I watch it, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I scroll through.
How many times do you call him a hack?
Sometimes I don't. In my head, never until this segment. I call you a hack in my head constantly, like daily, for segments like this, but I don't call them a hack.
Paul saying Weird Al gets permission /okay from the artist before he does a parody of any song. It's very respectful.
I'm not saying he doesn't get permission.
Seems like you are.
He obviously gets permission.
Did Michigan get it right? 5 minutes from now on 92.3 The Fan.
Get your
seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
There's Cavs and there's NBA news that happens while you at work. Baskin and Phelps. Weekday mornings starting at 10.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on the field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder and the Browns all throughout the football season.
You guys can still vote. That the Twitter poll we put up on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat to start the show heading into the fourth quarter. What were you rooting for? A Browns win or draft positioning? About 550 votes in right now. 91% saying a Browns win. I want to get to the newly minted Michigan man, but Thomas and Shaker joining us now. What's up, buddy?
Hey guys. Hey. First of all, I just really want to just say First of all, I want to say, if you root for the Browns to lose against the Steelers, you're not a real. No, I ain't gonna say that. But just come on, like you come on, you can't root.
Thomas,
for
you don't have to hedge your bets here. Just say whatever you want and don't worry about the repercussions.
Okay, fine.
It's okay.
If you root for the Browns to lose against the Steelers, you're not a real fan.
There you go. Call
Finally,
it out,
somebody
Thomas.
said it,
Call
Thomas.
it out. Say it with your chest,
Like,
Thomas.
no,
Say it with
honestly,
conviction.
yeah, no, let's say it because, like, honestly, how you gonna be a Browns fan and not want the Browns to beat the Steelers? That's like a requirement to be a Browns fan. Like, we hate the Steelers.
Yeah, I also think it gives into the idea that people have given up on the Browns-Steelers rival. And I think I'm not an old head, but I'm not a young person either.
Although this might be your last year on planet Earth.
That's true. You never know. But the point is, I think it's part of our job we're not quite old heads yet, but we will be one day. Trying to keep the perspective on this rivalry.
I mean, it's Pittsburgh. You know, we always got to be Pittsburgh. But also, let me say this though. I also, as a fan, I honestly I'm having more fun watching Shedeur Sanders. Out of the last 2 years, the most fun I'm having is watching Shedeur Sanders play. And JP, I do apologize because we got a two on the air a couple weeks ago about the draft. I said that it was the best draft since '99. You know, it might not be the best draft from '99. I'm not going down that hill, but it was a really good draft. And I just really do think that we got to let Andrew Berry see his plan through on this because I don't know. I personally want to give him the benefit of the doubt because
First off,
I love Harold.
No need to apologize, Thomas. But also, what do you think his plan is then?
Well, I mean, I thought last year what his plan was to load up defense as much as possible, replenish the running back room, and take a Hail Mary shot at the quarterback position and punt the quarterback draft to next year, which is this year. So if we do follow his plan, then it means he would draft the quarterback this year because I thought that he was initially planning on drafting a quarterback unless one of these quarterbacks work out. But I think Shedeur throws a wrinkle on that plan because Shedeur is winning games and he looks like somebody that we could possibly build around.
So are we giving up the 2 first-round picks to go from 6 to number 2 then?
What I would do is I would trade down the first pick, accumulate more picks, and then draft a receiver and offensive lineman. That's what I would do personally.
Thomas, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Thomas. You see how then he's not executing the plan, though? If Thomas says his big plan was to draft a quarterback this draft, then you're not executing the plan. You're now shifting the plan.
Is he allowed to shift the plan?
Thomas said his whole case was he wanted Andrew Berry to be able to finish out his plan. I asked him what he thought his plan was.
You don't like when people, with the benefit of new information...
Don't tell me what I do or don't like.
It seems like you don't like when people change their opinions despite, having the benefit of new information, like my Tomlin
what new
thing
information was presented there?
My Tomlin thing.
No, you're presenting something completely different right now.
Yeah, I was going to say I get you mad again because you threw papers earlier.
We were talking about. I threw my headphones earlier too.
Yeah,
I'm in a throwing mood.
You are.
I'll throw things today.
You and Shedeur.
I will throw things today.
Loved it. Now
he throws passes.
Yeah.
Yeah. What else?
Parties. All right.
I don't even think that's true.
You think Shedeur doesn't throw parties? He's a 22-year-old millionaire.
I don't know what parties he's throwing these days.
Ones that get everybody boy band.
He's throwing playbook parties is what he's throwing. You think it's Playboy? It's Playbook.
What'd you think of the Michigan hiring of Old Bones Kyle Whittingham?
You got to call him Old Bones like that?
Yeah.
You ageist?
He's 67.
66, I think. But what's funny about that
6'7".
is that 8'9". What's funny about that is that there's like an odd twist that is happening there where I didn't understand this. There's apparently young 66s, and this is he's
Pete
fine.
Carroll.
Yeah, Pete Carroll was a young 73, and it's like, okay.
Now he's an old 74.
Now he's an old 74. Is that how this works? Like
now,
so
1 year coaching the Raiders will do that to you.
Whittingham is he's a young 66 because he works out. He's just a very in shape human. I guess he skis a ton is apparently like one of his big hobbies. Like he does all these type of things.
What type of skiing?
No, like actual skiing.
Oh,
like actual Utah, actual skiing.
Okay.
Got to clarify that. But hey, I don't know what this free time is.
You want to hit the slopes. I'm not judging you.
Whatever.
It does age you.
Whatever. So I'm so confused by this. People are like, oh, he's not that old. He's a young 66. As if all of a sudden that means he's like 52 and is going to have this job for 20 years.
I've noticed a real flaw in college football media coverage, which is if you just like the coach, there's no job that coach could take and it won't be a great hire. Kalen DeBoer to Alabama was a weird hire. It doesn't mean it won't work out. Doesn't mean they haven't had success, but it was a weird hire because Kalen hadn't really coached in the South, and he was kind of more of a Midwest guy. Like, that all that stuff isn't hokum, So like Matt Campbell, I think Matt Campbell's a really good head coach. I think he's a program builder, and I think they want to win a national championship. He hasn't done that yet. That's a weird fit. I think Kyle Whittingham. Guys, I actually think if you listen to I think he was forced out at Utah. I think they went to him.
My read on it is a little bit different. I want you to explain what your read is, but then I'll go ahead with mine.
So when he was talking about why he basically left Utah and why he went, and before even he was in the mix with Michigan, he said, well, they started asking me about my future, and then I decided I should step away. That feels like there's something missing there.
Okay.
That wasn't a good explanation of why it ended at
My
Utah.
read on it was pretty simple. He started losing at Utah, and he knew that he was not going to be able to do the winning that he always had at Utah because their resources aren't there, and they're never going to be there. And so I think he was almost trying to go out gracefully was the read I had on it. Like, listen, I don't think this was Utah forcing him out. I think this was him saying, I'm not gonna go another 3-4 years and looking very average because I can't compete with the resources.
Okay, even if that's true. And by the way, I think ideologically, he'll try and build a team the way Jim Harbaugh did. I think he'll try and build a team that is tough as hell, stacked in the trenches, and you've got a couple playmakers, but really it's built on the quarterback and great trench play. I come back to, he's never coached in the Midwest. He's only been a head coach one place, and it's Utah, and there's nothing about being the head coach at Utah that is really transferable to winning at Michigan. And I think ultimately he's too old, and that at some point people are going to get pissed that he's not from there unless he wins right out of the gate.
Well, that's what made it like the conversations about whether or not he should or shouldn't hate Ohio State right off the rip based off his press conference was interesting because you could tell he's got no hatred for Ohio State.
Yes,
but he was trying to be like, I guess I'm supposed to hate them now. But I think you got $18 to $20 million a year you get to spend at Michigan. He knows every assistant under the sun, so he'll have good assistants. The spending will take care of itself at a place like Michigan. I think he's going to do. I would be surprised if it just failed.
I don't think. Let me put it this way. I don't think it's Rich Rod. Although the commentary on the rivalry did sound very Rich Rod, I think it's maybe more close to Brady Hoke. I think unless Bryce Underwood just is the truth, the light, and that Jason Beck, who's going to be his offensive coordinator, unless he just locks in with Bryce Underwood and unlocks a different level of kid. Which could happen, because Jason Beck's a good offensive coordinator and Bryce Underwood has got a lot of talent. Unless that happens, I think Michigan's back to being 8, 9, 10 win team, which is fine, but that's not really the standard there. I don't think that's going to be acceptable, especially if this foothold that you've had in the rivalry under Harbaugh and up until this last year with Sharon Moore, I think that could end up being a really bad situation of you're an 8-win team, but you're losing to Ohio State, who's winning championships, and Kyle Whittingham ends up not being a Michigan man 3 years
But that's why it kind of sounds like the perfect guy to hire for 3 or 4 years to make it just leveled out and not an embarrassment. Because like the Sharon Moore stuff, that's embarrassing.
No, and listen, I but I don't understand that
if
thought.
I'm Underwood, I'm pissed about it. Well, and it shouldn't be the thought. You're spending $20 million a year on this program. You have all the resources in the world. The thought should be, in the NIL era, there's no reason for Michigan not to be highly competitive every single season.
Well, but like Penn State and Michigan should not be jobs that get half of college football, half of head coaches in college football raises. It shouldn't. You shouldn't get all the way. This is no disrespect to Kyle Whittingham. He's a really good coach. And if he had made the jump a decade ago, we're having a different conversation. Although, again, I still don't think he's a fit at Michigan, given who he is and his lack of understanding of the rivalry in the region, right? With love and respect. Very good football coach. The fit is weird for me. Even more of a weird fit than I thought Matt Campbell was, because at least Matt's from the area and understands PA pretty well, having been an Ohio kid and having coached in the Midwest in Iowa. But, man, I look at this and go, okay, did Michigan just accept, hey, Marcus Freeman's getting his raise because the NFL allegedly came a call in, so that's where his agent's gone. Well, this guy's not coming here, that guy's not coming here, this guy's not coming here, so I guess we'll settle? I think that's awful.
Well, it's the best. It's basically the best name they can get at this time, because clearly DeBoer wanted. I don't know what he wanted, but it wasn't Michigan. I think that was one of their big swings, and it just kind of. Then obviously,
like Jason Campbell would have been a better hire than this if Jason Campbell was willing to up his staff, and that's weird because again he went to UConn, and I've heard people aren't big fans of the human being. Like I've heard Jason's a bit of a jerk, but like. Jason Candle's a better hire, having his success just down the road in Toledo than Kyle Whittingham in Utah.
I'm going to say this is a joke, more as a joke than being serious, but like right now, Michigan just needed someone that isn't perennially horny. Like they just needed somebody that just loves football. Yeah, just cares about football. That's the only thing just blinders off. Just let's get back to football. Let's focus on football, and that's all we need right now.
You know, there's a lot of guys like that in football.
I know there's so many of them.
Not just young 66-year-olds.
But unfortunately, not only Michigan, but the state of Michigan has had a really hard time finding ones that aren't.
Maybe it's just a Michigan problem.
It might be. I don't know what's going on in that state.
All right, I want the incognito browser of every AD in the state of Michigan because they might be the real problem.
What happened to Mel Tucker? Oh, perennially horny. What happened to Sharon Moore? Perennially horny.
But that's a good point about the state of Michigan. But I don't know. I think they got caught in between. We want an adult in the room and want a big name, but we can't get Kalen DeBoer. We can't get this relative big name coach. And I just don't believe if you're Michigan, I think you're better off looking for a guy who it might be 3 years early to give him that big job.
Yeah.
Or honestly, maybe he skips a step. Right, like again, from Toledo to UConn to Michigan might make sense.
And then you build up the program and you go from there.
Yeah, I think that might make more sense than 66-year-old with no regional ties other than I think his wife is from Alma, Michigan.
I just think it's just so different than what it used to be, though, even 10 years ago. Like, you just don't have to hit the ground running with these guys and like knocking on doors all throughout the Midwest in order to and do all these lunches and all this stuff. Like, the NIL money does a lot of the talking. And so, like, the biggest thing when you hire any new coach in the NIL era is can he round out the staff with a lot of high quality people and a lot of high quality coaches, and he can do this.
So I think that is a fair rebuttal of what Whittingham does really well. But I also think that if you come in and let's say let's go 8 wins, 9 wins again next year. If you're not succeeding in this turf battle, meaning you're not in the playoffs next year, you've already failed. That's how at a job like Michigan, that's how this should look at. You don't need to build a program at Michigan, right?
This was a down year, and they almost backdoored into the playoffs.
You need to sustain what you've had and build upon that, which with your war chest should be easy. And I think what you're saying, maybe what you're pointing to, is probably the truth, which is, well, I'm not from here, got to learn the way, and then maybe 3 years from now. No. Unless you're at Nebraska with Matt Rule or Iowa State with Matt Campbell, I don't know what you're doing if you're Michigan. And maybe it's not a good situation. It's not a great place to start from. I understand that. At the end of the day, you still have to be Michigan. I think Ohio State's going to kick the crap out of them for a considerable time. And maybe that's the way it was always going to go. I think the rivalry's dead again. Good luck. This guy has no frame of reference for this rivalry. This was a forced hire. It was a quick hire, and it was an uninspiring hire. I think Michigan is dead in the water for the next 3 years.
I just don't know in the NIL world that it'll ever be. You said 3 years. I thought you were thinking longer than that. I just don't know that we're ever going to have like a 10-year run where one just dominates the other in this world of college sports again.
So, but the only thing I would say is
it's just not set up for it.
Yeah, but I think it is, because if you fall behind, it gets harder to catch up. I think money is a great fix, but it doesn't fix everything. And I think we are going to see that. Like, Alabama's got tons of money. They're behind I know they were in the playoffs, but they're not Alabama. And you are one step closer to irrelevance. Well, I think Kyle Whittingham starting at Michigan, 3 steps behind where DeBoer is now in Alabama.
I mean, it's not a mistake that Texas Tech in one off season all of a sudden became a playoff team and is able to be.
I think that's because Joey McGuire's a hell of a coach and has been for a hot minute.
But a lot of these places that have a lot of NIL funding, it's not an accident that they're starting to appear in the college football playoff. Like the money is the equalizer in this.
I still think the coach matters as much as the money. 216-474-0092. Kyle Whittingham is the new Michigan head coach. If you're an Ohio State fan, you can admit it. You know this is good for you, right? In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Constantine.
and windy overnight tonight, low of 23.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Hurricanes, Buckeyes, on New Year's Eve in the Cotton Bowl playoff. Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of the show. Nick and JP with you on a Browns victory Monday. Can we say it one last time?
Yeah, what's that?
Bleep you, Pittsburgh. And all you Yinzers out there. I mean, listen, I think the good Lord has given Pittsburgh this, right? A good football, great football team, great organization, good for you. Because of all the other things he's given them, you know, shallow gene pool, bad dental care, low IQ. But I mean, this has got to really hurt, right?
But I'm just thinking, what do we do to God? He really doesn't like us.
No, isn't it true that God tests his favorites?
But this is kind of like the Santa thing, where it's like, why some kids got better gifts from Santa than other kids? You know what I mean? Does Santa favor other kids? I don't know. You tell me.
There's a naughty and nice ratio.
Is like there's a I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this. Is God really is not a big fan of what's going on here? If that's the case.
No, he's testing us. That's what he does. He always tests his favorite subjects.
All right, then I guess he must really like us then.
Really,
he
must really not think a lot of Yinzer people.
Think highly of us and think very, very low of those Yinzers. Although maybe he thinks better of them because they haven't won a playoff game in 8 years.
That's true. Maybe he's really starting to come around to them.
Yeah, maybe he's really starting to feel strongly about them in a positive way.
Big thanks to our guest today, Daryl Ryder at 320. He was okay.
Do you want to do any more in that segment by the little stretch there? We did God, we did Santa. Is there anybody you want to go? Should we throw the Easter Bunny in there while we're in good measure?
I don't know his take on Yinzers.
Okay, because I think Easter Bunny's pro Cleveland.
Show your work.
Well, no, I can't verify that.
Okay, all right.
That's just a hunch. I feel that in my loins. Is how I feel that. I don't know why I went there. I don't know why I went there. Don't know why. It was just trying to be expressive.
Pointed at his chest.
Well, no. I grabbed right here as if it was like I really grabbed my
your solar plexus. Is that? I don't know what that is.
It's like trying to open up my rib cage almost is what we were really going for.
Still not where your loins are.
No.
Unless it's cold outside and it is 20 degrees.
We didn't want to go too far and make it too suggestive for good old YouTube over there.
I literally gave him the old.
Yeah, no, and I thought that was a little much.
They didn't see anything.
I aired on the safe side. You've done it before, though.
Yeah, but nobody's seen anything.
I see it.
Enjoy the ball. You don't see it.
I basically see it.
No, you don't see it. I don't get up and do it. I don't give you the old hey, what have you.
You yank it like you're starting a lawnmower.
But you can't see it. It's hidden by the desk. It's hidden by the desk.
Yeah.
If you can see it through this desk, I'm a very lucky man.
There we go.
I am
again back
like the people of Pittsburgh.
This is why God can test you. He's like, I gave him one good thing,
nothing else. He's fat, balding, dumber than a box of rocks,
and like that guy in prison in Road Trip. That's more than enough. It's all you need.
Nathan Zagura, 5 o'clock.
Yeah,
great stuff with Nathan.
He's very good.
Browns analyst on where Shador has developed.
Yeah.
And a lot of the excitement there.
And a signature win over Aaron Rodgers, a Hall of Famer. It was very nice.
Some have said, statistically, many people have said, he has statistically outplayed Aaron Rodgers and Josh Allen in successive weeks. Transitive property, that means he's better than those two clowns. Let's get to In Case You Missed It.
We saw the John Madden movie in the trailer for it.
I'm so glad you're bringing this up.
Okay, I'll let you just tee off then. There's an awful announcing article out there where it's like why the John Madden movie deserves the benefit of the doubt. This looks like it's going to be miserable. I know you like Nicolas Cage.
Love him.
We going Nicholas? We going Nick? I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know him enough yet.
Okay. One day. All right, give me your early read because you like. I haven't liked Nick Cage since.
If you say leaving Las Vegas, I'm going to honk myself again.
3,000 Miles to Graceland?
I'm going to honk myself again.
I think 3,000 Miles to Graceland. I think that's the last time I liked Nick Cage.
So my concern, the first second I saw a still, like a still shot of Nick Cage as John Madden, was that it was obvious that the makeup they've used to
it just looks nothing like him. It looks nothing like him.
It also doesn't look good.
And so Nick Cage sometimes makes really weird movies. Like that's his kind of his thing right now is the really weird movies. And I don't want this to be weird. I just want this to be a normal. Let's do the John Madden thing.
It's also two guys who, at their core, are overactors. I love Christian Bale and I love Nicolas Cage. Somebody's got to act. Somebody's just got to kind of deliver. So it is almost a straight man and funny man kind of situation. Someone's got to be rooted in reality so that the other person can spin off. Christian Bale's doing kind of like this John Wayne swagger with Al Davis, and I'm like, Al Davis was hunched over for most of his life. He was a humpback. Where's the humpback? But it's the thing that will lose this is I think it's going to be the prosthetics. He doesn't look he doesn't look believably fat. Or sorry, John wasn't fat.
Well, it was definitely what you'd call big bone.
Now, he was 70s fat, which is different. But today, we would not use the F word with John Madden. We would just say he's plus size. He's plus size. Big boned.
Yeah, big boned.
Yeah, in 1970, we called that a fat ass.
But is this like a Costanza thing where when you look back on it, you're like, wait, we were laughing at him for being fat. He's not really a fat guy.
Yes. He's not
like
obese in the contemporary standards for obesity.
Like you watch him with the one where he's basically in his underwear sprawled out on the couch. Like that photo.
And you're like, yeah, he's just had 10, 15 pounds
doesn't even
over.
have love handles.
Yeah.
He looks like he's in all right shape. But no, he was fat back in the day.
I look at that when I'm seeing like myself in like 6th grade, and I'm like, oh, you were fine. And then I look at myself in like 10th grade. I'm like, you were fat.
Well, in a not great reflection on society, Nicole Richie was the fat one in Paris and Nicole that way, and she wasn't fat at all.
Yeah, guys.
She was like very, very skinny.
Yeah, she was very skinny. The 2000s were very toxic. We skinny shamed people. We fat shamed people.
We did just all go for it, didn't we?
There was really if you stood next to somebody that was heavier or lighter than you, somehow you still caught a stray. Not great.
No.
But no, I think it's going to stink.
Yeah,
and I'm
not excited by how this movie looks.
And to me, I think you should have. Now, granted, they would have cast Paul Walter Hauser as John Madden, which would have infuriated me because, there are more fat guys out there.
But he can actually act, though.
Or they could have done Kevin James, which would have made it just a completely awful movie.
Although he got the Sean Payton treatment, so he's already been given. Oh, that's a rough look for Sean Payton.
I want this so bad. Not Sean Payton. I want this so bad for the Madden movie to be great, and I think it's going to stink.
It's going to stink.
But it's the guy from Silver Linings Playbook. Yeah, those guys can make crappy movies, too. Big thanks to Jack Drewery on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murrin. His only time, well, real layabout this week. Jake Murrin, great stuff with him. Meredith Kane, great stuff with her in the 2020s. JP, congratulations on your victory.
Thank you.
You only threw things at me 3 times today.
Oh, good. Yeah. The headphones came close, didn't they?
I got to say something about supporters right now before we leave.
Oh, stop yourself. I'm going to throw more things. Goodbye.
How dare you? He stinks. He's overrated, I tell you. See you guys tomorrow, too.